Jameson, 97 for 3.
Already 6 years after. Very good. From this point of view. 7-3 advantage. 4 of those. Yeah, front of square. Front of square 4.
Been a breathtaking half an hour of action post team. Barry Brook right in the middle of it. He's played some wonderful shots. Not the least this last one. Striking shot.
There is anything there for him. Into the right-handers. Front bowlers bowl around him. This match is so far. Outside the right off stump towards the left Phillips. One group difference. Wise and setback. Play. 5. Loose. Feel the place. Just in the backward square at the moment, Joe Wood. Shorten the catching cover. Slipping a gully in place.
of the areas that Joe and James get him out of the LBW. Stands outside the tree, in fact, walking across, trying to negate that LBW dismissal, which is how he got Jacob Battle out. Back to line.
I think Bruce thought he was in the game momentarily. But Nice down to third, and we'll pick up another boundary. More fortuitous than some we've seen in the middle of Harry Brooks' bat. He'll take it.
It looked very comfortable. This one off the front, but not fully in control. It could be a positive. And you used to see it with this.
Just short of 6.
This is what really Bruce likes to do.
What is it?
My husband was cruel and crass, so I left. Divorced him. I was not meant to be your wife. I want to find a new purpose. But no one is ready to speak to me. I heard one of the women call me a snob.
You say you want a new purpose. So why not leave this place? Become a shrine maiden.
Me? Amico? I will need Hakamazen. A new Kosode. I can't afford that.
No one at the shrine will care about your clothes. Or perhaps they'll provide the clothing for you.
Yes, perhaps.
Just 33 degrees. So I think it's very aggressive nature from Harry Brooks. But it is much answer. 63.
Welcome to the Kyoto Yabusame Arena. Shoot the wooden targets on the left side of the truck from horseback. When you're ready.
I am ready.
I will count down from 3, 2, 1, go!
The sun was in my eyes.
You are better with a sword, I'm sure. If you want to improve, Come back for more practice.
Adrian.
Do you want to...
Yes. Let me try again.
I will count down from 3, 2, 1, go!
Check that if you like. That before looking back on that, so we'll stay with, sorry, Adrian Lowe.
I need to focus. Ignore distractions.
Inside edge first.
If you want to improve, come back for more practice.
Third umpire
review. For a second, they thought hit the back before it hit the back. From replay again. I don't know it felt that way.
Do you want to start over?
Yes.
If this angle, right, of the screen is where you didn't press properly.
I will count down from 3, 2, 1, go! You need more training. If you want to improve, come back for more practice. Do you want to start over?
Yes.
I will count down from 3, 2, 1, go!
Third umpire review.
For a second, they thought it hit
Very good!
the back.
The great Minamoto no Tameto would have been impressed by that display.
This angle, right, of the screen is where you didn't press properly.
Safe. Addition. Delivery. Third pass. The spread. Day of the 95 by Conway. Not difficult, not deep.
Backside seals with up to 50%. Shop at Lifestyle Stores and lifestylestores.com.
I must remain on my guard.
bastards. That gap again does Joe Root. Race to the boundary. Another half century. Masterful Joe Root.
Get the second highest run getter in Test history ever. Again, Joe playing the ball leg. If you question the keeper standing up. And you expect great players to come to us. Yet again. His work is cut out. Plenty more to do for the moment during the league to get to start.
Scoring area. 3,500 runs. His career. On the offside. Every now and then. Bowlers interested, 126.3.
Lifestyle seems with up to 50% off. Shop from over 300 international brands. I'm prompted by Shine, Dream, Believe. Shop at Lifestyle Stores and lifestylestores.com.
Hello? Hi, good.
No, in fact, it was quite well appreciated. That was good colors, bright as always, and it's got a bit of green from two elder statesmen in the top box. Nice and that, but that's okay. They stay on the outside of the room. I understand. Thank you. With the English players asking, what is she wearing? Which crowd?
London Spirit shirt, which will be full show through this season. What the hell? Slow. Oh, is that one tight enough? Holstock says yes. Brook goes straight away as well. He's reviewed this. Maybe another inside edge.
Pointing out by to director we have a prior for LBW original seasons out. It's a fair delivery. Get it front on, please. Come down. And it's got very close to the mat, so check the ultra edge, please. Ultra edge coming in now. Just roll that back. Yeah. Got a spike as it's next to the back. Adrian, I'll get you to overturn your original decision to not out. Let's say you're on screen now. So.
I went straight away, so he felt he did it. The technology agrees. It was joyous.
Did really well in the spell so far. Get the right length. Rolling stuff. But two decisions going his way, but technology overturning him.
Scratch on it. There's a gap there, but I think it's actually caught the back, just behind the front edge of the bat. Just gone into the pads. You can see just a little bit there. It's been overturned. Sergio room for a couple. Probing over from Matt Henry, 2130.
Lifestyle sales with up to 50% off. Shop from over 300 international brands. I found it by try, glow, flow, I found my offer, shine, dream, believe. Shop at lifestyle stores and lifestylestores.com. Lifestyle sales with up to 50% off. Shop from over 300 international brands. I found it by try, glow, flow, I found my offer, shine, dream, believe. Shop at lifestyle stores and lifestylestores.com.
Nice and short. And chuck in a couple of very close LBWs that Root spied. Virtue of just a little inside edge. Take your eyes off it. Had a wicket even after they'd seen the replay on the big screen. Joe Roots felt it was out, they were celebrating. Technology has come to the rescue of both these two batsmen. Charging and Henderson was soon coming, I think. Tailing it into the pads, particularly Harry Brook. A challenge for him. It's an amazing mindset. The subject. Out of this trench, advanced think of top-class players who charge at faster bowlers more. I'm trying to think down the years. Obviously, people do it in their own way, in different ways, but usual to see somebody charge fast bowlers as well. Root is completely different. Just down, work the leg in line square. He does step out on occasions, but it's not to. Certainly early on in the innings, just to get closer to the line. James was. That's such a paint up with the whole back of the box, of course. Good shout, interesting. Cullen and Brooke, obviously, get on well as captain and coach of the white ball team. Try spot. Room with me. Needs a new bat. Yes, 2, 3, 4 I think I'll choose from. What about your two big brains we saw earlier in the film? Two. Think hard and then come back to 2. 34-3.
Nice chances. With up to 50% off. Shop for over 300 international brands. Shop at lifestyle stores and lifestylestores.com. Lifestyle sales with up to 50% off. Shop for over 300 international brands. Shop at lifestyle stores and lifestylestores.com.
Against the shot. Was that the game, as I said, was in the bag. I just needed to take England home, but manage it. Into the serious side of course and laws play a certain situation. Unlike David gets in here just simply Brooks was wrong. The laws in the situation hit particularly well. Just one fair shot after the game finished. So good at doing that, Joe Root. Henry Cole, good line and length the lip. Get off screen. You're back with Brooke. Imagine the change of method. Harry Holt, he put bats around with you back in the day? The number, it's interesting, the number of bats that takes around have increased a bit, partly because something they're ready to go immediately, and therefore they'll probably break a little more easily than they did. It's the batch of 4 being taken in. You wrote the other day, they're not cheap. I did it. It's interesting stories. Cost, that is so essential to the game, you need a bat to play. the absolute top of the range. As a consequence of rising demand, which will particularly in the subcontinent. So you see looking at it's like a laminated, you can stick 2 bits of willow. So at the moment, there's to be 1 piece of willow laminated. That will allow the top bit and the top piece of willow. Less bits of willow at the inside, then you get things to just make that more affordable. You're not going to be allowed a test match that at the top.
Lifestyle sales with up to 50% off. Shop from over 300 international brands. Shop at lifestyle stores and lifestylestores.com. Lifestyle sales with up to 50% off. Shop from over 300 international brands. Shop at lifestyle stores and lifestylestores.com.
There's a time lag now because demand is so high. We're actually planting more than they cut down, but there is a time lag of about 15 years whilst it takes to grow. Eventually, supply supply will catch up. So the washing it works in that shop. It's a great thing. Again, when you're a kid, you go back, like, the seats. First pack, so just hanging up people superstitious and stuff like that. And Belgian rain inside. It's about the 8 to 9 grains. You get a good shot of the face. Very good. You enjoy this bit. Yeah, I think that's 2 times. I don't know whether I think it's just a superstition thing for me. With even more advantages. Like really good at it now. Feel that the pitch is good, it's true, it's nearly 32 hours old. I just feel like the ball's not a ball you can take lightly at all. Really concentrated with all the e-balls was the length of the ball. We feel just really not. all about crashing that through over cover. Held himself back 137.43. Liberation break.
Lifestyle sales with up to 50% off. Shop from over 300 international brands. I found it. Try it. Shop at lifestyle stores and lifestylestores.com.
Second one over 40. It's a long way from personally very disappointed. Really had either route or route. 10 minutes saved both. Scratching some of the little pads. W's. Picking all the deliveries, but it does score frequently.
Southwest
I thought I was looking at scoring down the final leg, and I knew the purpose was for Australia to score the third man. But as we mentioned before, we
South
struck. What was the Portugal process that's run through yes, more so here because the old tradition has been one of defence, and also New Zealand 2 goals, James Roy, who was 6 foot 7 and now back, so that would explain why the team picked the lines first. Smith, slightly different because again, straight stops.
perhaps just have a third man. Like the captions. All of the field. On the field, and the focus field. On the
There's another piece of origami. A child taken for a black man? What's going on here? The air here smells of smoke and fear. The Kabukimono have done this.
Such a big witness for New Zealand. Evidence to come along to him. They're just moving on patiently, great discipline, and taking the chance when it comes. It's not as easy as you might think, but with the straightforward and not easy to discuss. Get the lights Joe Root. It's the second innings of Test match cricket. 24. First innings. Relentless accuracy, movement. That's made better by that drink spray.
Not mine.
Faith strengthens my body and mind.
A letter. It says the Kabukimono have been using the board at the shrine to post messages.
reflects that it's thought there's been a text something from Captain. It's so chocolate. With some part, high level of skill that is displayed. 80 miles an hour. Yeah, exceptional. You know, the long period of first health, adaptation, you know, Brute has done so against Barry Brook. Test this James room. Just remember how he got out 10 minutes before the close the other day when he was put down on the hook by Ravindra in square leg and then got out shortly afterwards. This was a let-off first of all. It should have been taken to put down. Here and afterwards, and another. Strong breeze and helping. But he put that away, just made sure he got through the onslaught. Absolutely. It wasn't just a shot at the time, it was 10-2 for close of play. And the next day, all the dark clouds had gone, and it's a sunny day, felt much better than waiting. It was the killer.
Question 6.
Encourage James Captain. Next second, and previous whose first ball glanced in the leg side, or while in wait position against them. Another minute. The seats are going. And line leg. Six, 4.
Sixties. 50%. Shot for over 300 international teams.
Maybe this one?
Brooklyn Root has been broken. Clocks and weights. Once Blundell can't get it done.
Hey up, I said. Give me your...
Thank you.
He has been destroying my family for years. Is there something I can do for you in return?
Let me know if you hear or see anything of interest.
Specifically, bring. More specifically. Anyone on this sort of service depends on your farm as well. There is some absolutely fine running back using like to start.
Someone took the time to block the path to that chest.
Seeing what the bounces like on the surface, seeing horrors, it might be people, I also like into it might be a small
Oh, that chest contains a camel crest.
Shop for 300 international brands. I found it. Shop for textiles and accessories.
Change the ship. Pitching from the outside and stuff. Away from him, but actually into him because of the angle of where it was pitching. So he can make it essentially goes well and get a short leg. Face 6 balls.
Distances.
So you have to play pitching outside the line or on leg stuff.
This is the problem.
Sort of delivery that's different. Yeah, first thing, just pitch that leg stuff. Say, like a big cross, maybe outside side. So it's very nice. It's not a really comfortable. It's not really face. Really and short then. Well, the two men back on the work anyway. Give the better. Nowhere to go. If you want to go up with it and try and defend it, up with the short leg. If you want to take it up with the two men back, then you can.
Just western
Over
sunset.
front, but even past, if you leave that gap, and square leg, front of square leg, we might be got a potential chart there.
This is the best
Potential must get more fine leg, so yeah, sure. Position you see in the rear.
This also is considered.
Excellent crown. Saturday. Crown. Those that come in the week. A big pocket of turbulence on the way through to top of London there.
Oh, this is the Nisha punya kan.
Moving. Toes right or down leg side. Stop. Never swing.
Well, the user's got to find that. It's called child.
Better to keep out of sight.
Oh, that's the city.
That shows that they're not getting the option.
If I am seen, they will come for me.
Wonderful piece of timing. Literally round about the top of the stumps. 574.
Another merchant seemingly murdered by the Iron Hand.
Went through the brick a little bit with the glass. Real opportunity in there, showing some real determination. It's stuck in, jumped in. Task one thing is catch. 305 more hunts, I think, to win this one, but also reputation, I think.
This won't take a minute. A warrior standing.
Who wants to come back? Set it. 164.
966.
Man.
Shop for 200
Joe's been robbed of 4. It's 14,000 plus. Who's more annoying? But look, the body's all through the last war. Oh, idiot.
Oh, great.
Sees the police.
There are messages from Kabuki Mono leaders asking Ronin to join them in Setsu. They seek to boost their strength with numbers. And they brazenly use this sacred place as their message board. But their insolence will be their undoing. All 3 are in Arima. I can find them and challenge them. Or I could reply and dare them to face me together. Those 3 have forgotten what it is to be samurai. There is no honor in preying on the weak.
The thing because it was him who said, "Guess yourself." $165.
Shop for 300 international brands. Shop at lifestyle stores and lifestyle stores.
Kadima. Wait, 감자. Kadima 있으면 So, sind halt auch in der Kadima. Deswegen mag ich so Takas. Great.
We're surveying the field as on the lake side. What's coming?
What's the thing? I can expand. But I'm gonna have to play with it.
It's on strike. Good morning. Good afternoon.
That's not funny.
I see you. You see honor in the crash of the steel, or you flutter by like a leaf on the breeze. I don't flutter.
Very straightforward.
I see you. You're too far away. Stay low. Do you see honor in the clash of steel? Or you flutter by like a leaf on the breeze? I don't flutter.
Just switched up to engine drones.
How did you kill it?
That's pretty cool, like, usually because it never mind, it's
too far away. I need to be quiet. Shy, aren't you?
When this go the day with the ball into the footholds and see how it behaves, particularly.
Do you see honor in the clash of steel? Or do you flutter by like a leaf on the breeze?
I don't flutter. Bird cries from a warrior. Could this be the Viking?
Always a reason.
Shop at lifestyle stores and lifestyle stores.
Do you see your reflection in the blade? Or do you wear a mask to protect your soul? need it? Or do you wear a mask to protect your soul?
I always wanted to cross blades with Daitimo. This was just a man who talks like a bird.
Fuck you, that kind of piece.
think so. There's the turn and bounce.
It's a good position to defend, but you're only second guessing yourself which one goes straight, which one comes back in. This one is from the top. actually acknowledged which white man won't even handle that. Especially when to find the summit to be dedicated of all the things that people said. They can't go and even a good thing. Not so
I need a closer look. I can't draw from horseback.
And straight will be benefited tomorrow, Sunday. Tickets are available. Five with adults, kids. Buy tickets for tomorrow.
I should stay hidden here. Better to keep out of sight.
Yoga's cricket, one yoga's cricket. Minutes to go to close of play 180.
Maximum saves. 50% shop for 300 international brands. Shop at tax stores and backside stores.
Southeastern Hut. This is southeastern. South. East.
That's why it's much slower cricket in England. That's what as opposed to India, where two spinners bowling and by the next slopes. They keep getting gold points. Well, it says championship, and then we've got points again, I think. It's a very tall ball when you're spotted. Certain about it. And they're going to
think this looks like the closest. Name's alright, you know.
So we can go and walk through when it's ready. We'll take it coming up down there. Back to the line. 3 minutes, so I'll get you over turning yourself to mount.
Wow. That was all about Jameson, all about the review. He was absolutely confident. And a few of the New Zealand huddle just started to walk away when they saw the lead made them. Garino got maybe clipping at best, umpire score. But Rue was spotting and down and up. Why do I take that? Minutes to go on day 2, Rue gets out. 10 minutes to go on day 4. Rue gets out.
Next 10 seats. 50% off. Shop for more international brands. Shop at Lifestyle stores and Lifestyle stores.
great place, that great place. Anyone sitting back over the box and people, you just keep it.
It's time to end this Pokemon campaign for lawlessness.
Handshake with Jameson. He will fight until the very last delivery of this test match. England will fight. Make no mistake. Today. Test match runs today. name. He's still there. 70.
Huh?
This place is hostile. Best to go on the least. I can't let them see.
close.
நான் மைண்ட்ல இப்ப நினைச்சே இருக்கேன் முடிச்ச உடனே நம்ம வந்து சென்னை பிச்சை பத்தி பேசணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி நினைக்கிறே இருக்கேன். நானே
If I am seen, they will come for me.
I saw that piece of pain! She'll fall on her head. It's in the wind! Stand down!
soldiers waiting for you.
எனக்கு என்னமோ லாஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ரெட் ஆயிருக்கு சேஞ்ச் ஆயிருக்கு ஃபீல் இருக்கு ஏன்னா கவுன்ஸ் வந்து எக்ஸ்ட்ரா ஜாஸ்தியா கிடைக்கிறதுனால இன்னொரு கொஞ்சம் கஷ்டப்பட்டிருக்காங்க நினைக்கிறேன் எஸ்பெஷலி சேப்பாக்குல சென்னை கொஞ்சம் அந்த லோ பவுன்ஸ் இருக்கும் கொஞ்சம் ஸ்லோ இருக்கும் பட் அகைன் நான் வந்து 2017 நான் ஒரு கேம் ஆடுவோம் அந்த வந்து சிம்பிளா இருக்கு நான் ஒர்க் பண்ணும்போது பேக் நீங்க சொல்றது எக்ஸாக்ட் சேம் சொல்றேன் குப்பிங்களா போடுறேன் பட் நான் ரெண்டையும் சொல்றதுனால இப்போ நான் நிறைய பால்ஸ் போகுது இப்போ அதே மாதிரி கிருஷ்ணா பாருங்க கொஞ்சம் அப்படியே ஒரு ஃபிஷ் போட அப்படியே நினைக்கிறேன் பிரில்லியன்ட் எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ண கண்டிஷன்ஸ் அவரோட அவருக்கு ஏற்ற டெய்லர் விக்கெட்ஸ் எல்லாமே நிறைய எனக்குமே விக்கெட் நான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கொடுத்தது ரொம்ப ஆசைப்படுற விக்கெட் என்னன்னா எடுத்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் விக்கெட்ல போகணும் எல்லாம் செகண்ட் விக்கெட் போகணும் அப்படின்னு போலிங் போட்டு ஸ்ட்ரிப்ல கேட்ச் பிடிக்கிறதே வந்து ஒரு அவ்வளோ ஆனந்தமான ஒரு விஷயம் முதல் 3 விக்கெட் அப்படி எடுக்கிறீங்க முதல் 4 விக்கெட் அப்படி 4 விக்கெட் தான் எடுக்கிறீங்கன்னா சச்ச ஃபார்ம் அவனை ரெஸ்ட் பண்ணது கரெக்ட் தான்ன்றதை திருப்பி ப்ரூவ் பண்றது இது இந்த மாதிரி ஏரியாஸ்ல எக்ஸ்பிரஷன் ஸ்டார்ட்
Armed soldiers waiting for the boss. Why are they here? All 70 men on the grounds of the place. Any landing you can walk away from is good enough.
This is a new edition.
So many dead. Senseless. They'll get what's coming to them.
You showed me this.
You are the abbot?
Yes, the Ox has ordered his men to bring us back here. I tried to escape, but they caught me.
I'm going to kill the Ox. When will he show?
Rest of the bishop. He will be here soon to address my brothers and sisters.
Then that will be my moment to strike.
No, please, you must help my people. And Nakama Tadashi, the men try to protect us.
I will wait for the Ox. But you must go. It is not safe here.
Yes. When you are ready, you will see him.
Now you can avoid some of that by just
Not yet.
buying a pre-built PC. Any Tom, Dick, or Michael Dell. That would be but that's not going to help you with the tuning. Good. Well, that is where Splade comes in. He's really big. And he's also one of the most legendary overclockers of all time. He's number one on the global master on the hardware podcast has held over 800 overclocking world records. And just a few years ago, he launched Splade PC, a system integrator that uses his expertise to make the fastest gaming hardware even faster. Today, they're announcing something next level. It's a microfiber cloth in front of my dam and railing. 1 second. It's the Splade Pro. This thing comes with hand-selected CPUs and GPUs with maximum performance.
Hey.
And super fast RAM. Then, yes. 9 frames per second. Great. We're gonna do right there. I have a picture. I'll go. This stuff is what is always possible. I am encoding secret sounds. Right out of the gate, obviously, the system is gorgeous. The Air 5400, which has this really unique kind of ducting that really gets your fresh air exactly where it needs to go, and then keeps the hot air from being recycled. Like this front radiator is freaking awesome. Just throws all the heat up the right side rather than trapping it out over the system. But the Air 5400 is a Corsair product, and for that matter, so are a lot of the things in here. What sets this system apart?
Basically the tune, and we take all of the best parts from all the different companies and jam them all together, and then make it better with our tuning.
Right. So specifically, there was a particular inspiration, right? That there was one person who did it.
Yeah, we had a pro gamer ask us, he only cares about gaming. I want my fans at 100% all the time.
Yeah, I noticed that.
And I'm like, who else would want that?
Yeah.
Maybe another pro gamer? But I'm not making every computer for myself. So we're all like the customer service and we can change whatever.
Right. So you guys built this one, and then basically, from my understanding, pretty much had a line up the door. It's like, well, I want that one, like that kind of
Correct.
thing.
Alright, we can solve that by then.
It matters in taste, the customer's already right? Tell us then about your part selection, what makes everything in here the absolute best. Like, there's one that I gotta kind of challenge you, right? You've got a 9950 X3D in here.
Right.
No X3D2, no 9800. What made that the right choice?
It's a gaming PC, but we also want the ability to have it be a daily PC, so our pro gamers don't need to buy two computers. It's bad marketing for itself, but the 9950 X3D we found to be better picked also on the 4.0s. We use the game mode to shut the other CCD off, and we've been finding that the overclocking has been better on those than the same 1950.
Okay, that sounds really well to me. What Alan was saying was that while there are processors out there that might be more marketed towards gamers or might be faster out of the box, the 9950 X3D in particular has the best balance out of the box experience and also the ability to tweak it even higher. We don't care so much that the other 8 cores do not have AMD3D cache because when we're gaming, we're going to be wrong. And the AMD3D cache, they find that that chip tends to get the very best results. As for the rest of the hardware, it's mostly pretty awesome. So we wouldn't take an ROG 59 Astral if they could get their hands on it. But there are some that I do still like. I mean, back in the day when the Northbridge, the memory controller, used to be built to the motherboard, you would see like a 5% performance from one word to the next. Nowadays, now that it's pretty much all built into the CPU, how do you choose a motherboard for like a 10-9's tune machine?
For me, it's easy because the ROG motherboards are all just so biased towards overclocking and the extreme overclocking scene, and I use the same ones on Allen too, so I'm super comfortable with air cooling because it's too busy.
You're saying that you're not large enough to actually tool these albums. For liquid nitrogen, I know that. I just thought it was funny. But can you imagine with that said, I do know that we have ASUS and the other big guys have marketed different boards for extreme overclocking versus like daily drive overclocking. In your experience, is there anything that prevents an SoC board just being used with an AI?
On Allen 2, maybe prefer an Apex for the 2 disk slots, but the 4 like Hero gives us the option to expand if someone needs more for further tasks.
But what's the downside of having 4? You want to explain that?
Having 4 DIMM slots can be a disadvantage because there can be some reflection between the channels, and also the traces are typically longer just for path from CPU to the back of the
The shorter we can make those, and the fewer things we can have on each train on subject to memory. It's pretty expensive right now. Has that been a major impediment? Do you think we're going to get shit cheap up on memory?
For now, we're just raising prices like everyone else, unfortunately. I don't really want to go the route of putting something worse in there than whatever I can find.
I mean, given your branding is
Premium.
the last thing you want to do is compromise on maximum performance. So, fair enough.
The Ox will be arriving soon.
Lights in the system for 64.
I'm ready to
Yeah.
see this
Back
bastard.
to 32, 16 by 2, if some is more price conscious.
Doesn't sense. And 6,000 is still a sweet spot just with as tight latency as you can get.
Yeah, correct.
I mean, you're not going to be running at the factory speeds anyway, right?
Of course not.
What kind of challenges does that create for you? Because unless I'm disclosing something I'm not all of your customers are gamers or even users. You even work with some government entities.
Right.
So, like, how do you provide a warranty on, hey, by the way, crank this up?
Warranty-wise, we do a no questions asked replacement for everything.
Right.
It's protocol.
Who ordered my arrest along with these poor monks and forced them to return? They left Tanjo-san for a reason. We all did.
They probably just take the handstand back to the thing.
Yeah.
So the cost per lot
In most cases.
I will remind them, Lord Tadashige, of who they once were, who they could be again.
these cars personally. Take off the footer. You put your own custom level compound on them and you seal the back up. Are they covering you against that?
Monks of
See
Tanjo-san,
that into your market?
Isato Hashima Hideyoshi Masakachi, for helping the Besho clan in our time of need.
Okay. Ouch.
Can you smell it?
He's coming on.
Blood lingers in the air, stains the earth.
That's him. I know who you are.
Correct.
The land remembers what transpired here. My friends, why have you forgotten? Your anger is wasted, Besho Haramasa. The war is over. Your clan leaders knew it. That's why they surrendered.
What kind of a result?
Lord Tadashige, there was a time we called each other brothers, and yet you kept these monks hidden from me. Where is the great Lord I once knew? Where is his conviction?
See, and we just don't really.
My conviction cost me everything. Just like your own misguided convictions will cost me
My friend, these men have nothing to lose. No longer all in this world. The only meaning we can claim is the one we call. That's why I have armed my men. I have given them the means to.
Too many of them. I can't risk someone's safety or Lord Tashi's.
Odd, you claim to have given your men a voice, but yours is the only one I hear. They call you the Suno, do they not? Yours is the greatest champion. Is the finest warrior.
After the massacre here, we found a young monk and his grandmother. The stench of the corpses hid them well. The boy could not speak, so haunted by what he had seen.
How will the anger of your leader and his men help this boy chase the nightmares from behind his eyes?
What did you ever do for that boy, my lord? How will you deliver the justice he deserves? You cannot! You would have that boy lie down amongst the corpses and accept death. But I am not that boy. I have a voice. Must do all this!
And I find that the fixed frequency helps with the 1% levels.
My friend, in the name of the hardships we endure together, I give you a choice. Say my Nawapo, the monks of Tanjo-san. Those of you who would join me, I welcome you with open arms. Miki Castle is yours once again. Those of you who would turn your back on dignity and justice,
that dip.
My men will accelerate the grid path. Choose wisely.
On your benchmark,
I'll be seeing you soon, Ox.
unbelievable daily driving experience.
Lord Tashir, he tried to shelter these monks. Knows the Ox. I need to free him. He could tell me more.
Oh, excuse me. Simultaneous weapon threading as well.
The primary timings, like your TCL, they don't matter as much. It's all these juicy secondaries and tertiary timings at the bottom. And this has just been learned over time, trial and error, what works best. You just there's a harmony, and then you have to song. The memory also, we keep it synced. You probably can for the
It's nice to like run at higher frequencies on your memory, but if you're running at a higher frequency, it just costs you performance, so you really need. So tell us a little bit more about some of these subtimings.
Probably your most important one is the refreshing culture. And 9 times out of 10, you can just max that out the site and you'll be fine.
And that gives you what then?
The benefit, like in a benchmark or in gaming, just from this, I would say is maybe like 2%, 1%, 1.5.
Really?
So that's a huge one. And there's lots of great resources like the map. That entire dedicated to just people who go through gaming. And oftentimes you can figure out if you have a similar kit with the same 5 Cs. Oftentimes you can just copy and paste in the extra performance that they've done.
Is there anything else in the gaming profile that you'd say is important and showing?
In terms like all the full distance states, any of the fancy AI stuff gets shut off.
Yeah, okay.
Virtualization, even AVX 512 we shut off.
And why would you say AVX 512?
Essentially, if you get into a scenario where your CPU is at 5.5 and you're running higher voltage, you're not going to have a thermal issue. If it runs AVX 512, because it'll just run AVX. So look at that.
That's obviously something that you fine-tuned. Is this something where so how many ships do you typically go through to get one? Okay, so most of them are going to be
most of them.
We are changing a lot of
We rely on that's another kind of thing to play with. You can let them or you can use your own custom settings. We use settings instead to make it more exposed. Of course, everyone. So we're just running to 275 points.
Right. It's a lot of wattage.
You're getting I think it's a 10% increase in R23 and R24.
Right, so that's an event, kind of a heavy creator-oriented multi-threaded workload.
And it will constantly be running as fast as it can hit 95 C from the backlog stop.
Right, which, again, whether you're gaming or whether you're doing anything else, is not ideal for the consistency of the overall experience, nor is it ideal for stability. Can you talk us through like some of the changes that you have made here? You told us like the power limit.
I can't wait for you forever.
Some of this other stuff that looks like it's been adjusted here. So you can sort of that stage here.
Yes, we have got 4x, which is that increases the maximum boost voltages.
Okay.
Which we can also do because we're able we have the boost charge at plus 200, and I believe that's the maximum that we can set.
Right.
Mostly our goal for the daily is stability with speed.
Right.
Whereas our gaming is pure gaming. Speed, nothing else. Yeah.
What's our maximum frequency that we might see in our daily traffic?
In the driver mode, I believe max up to 5.4. logo on that 5.2 and we come in
Part of the gaming. Now that we're on Windows, everything we've looked at so far is CP, but everybody
We shall go to the tower, overlooking Big Castle. We can have a better look from there.
Part of the story. So why don't you talk through some of what you're doing with this album?
because we have the Astro 1590 and Lady So Good, we pretty much set it to a fixed block of what is too much great handle of it. A lot of people wanted a riff that we had. I can't handle that. So I put it like a group number. And because of our feeling, I don't like to use the I like to set up big tools.
Oh, really? Okay, that's like, I mean, some of the days,
people use the F2 to undervolt, parallel temperature, not memory clock, but that's what's all that for the So we've been safe at this number of many 90% of the cards, which is a plus 70. And there's a little bit of worse.
Now, video doesn't let us play around. Is there anything that you do on this system, or just kind of
just by keeping it cool or keeping the longer to get that extra performance?
Right.
But that's it. There's no bias.
To get an idea of what all of the optimizations that Alpha has done to the system to add up to, we built a system with near identical specs, even using the same airflow optimized pace and the same cooling, but without the interconnectivity or the optimization. We just take whatever hardware, net spec, and application power, and then enable extra copy of the BIOS, and we're in a setting. We're going to run these two side by side. Fire up the first Horizon 6. Here's our benchmark. Extreme plus ray tracing. 4K, no old color. 3, 2, 1. Okay, so what does that work out to? That's about.
Lord Tadashige, I know this is justice.
I am just Tadashige, the oxidized son of the Bestial clan, together before Hideyoshi assaulted Amiki Castle. For 2 long years, the Bestial clan held out there until starvation and dwindling morale did their bit. Why do you wish to kill the ox? What is your involvement in all this?
He threatens more bloodshed, driven by more hollow platitudes. And yet, his forces are numerous.
You sound surprised, Yasuke. Why did you follow Lord Nobunaga?
Lord Nobunaga empowered me to walk my own power. In doing so, I entrusted him with my loyalty.
Then you understand what we are dealing with.
I suppose you're right, sir. To a degree. But we don't consider those who fight against their will to be our enemy.
What coercion do you speak of? Are those orders? One's responsibility to clan and family? When one is mired in war, to choose freedom from obligation is mere cowardice.
And to choose freedom is to choose death. It is what the boss believes, what he passes on to his recruits.
When Nobunaga marched his forces into Iga, it wasn't simply to kill my people. He tried to kill an idea. An idea that a loose handful of villagers in near Samurai could stand up to him.
You're saying that it is not enough to kill the boss, that we must crush his movement as well.
And who are you in this scenario, Naoe? You will do as Nobunaga did? Follow in his footsteps?
Okay. So we're looking at around like 7.
Nobunaga's methods and mine have nothing in common. We are not the same.
So then, you will kill the ox?
We will, sir. Anything you can tell us about the boss will be helpful.
My voice have faded.
but
I have no plan for our counterattack.
That's the biggest part of the story. I think that's the coolest. You can see right behind me, just
To
like we saw
engage
before,
Chamberlain at Naked Castle would be suicide. He took it with such speed. It took Lord Hideyoshi 2 years to conquer Naked Castle. We have less support, even less time.
The ox is approved, but he's still a warrior. That means he has a plan of attack for us to find. It's not safe here. Where will you go?
Kyokaji Temple. It is one of the few places the ox does not yet know about. Find me there after you learn more.
Showing us how you build a supreme routine system, and thank you guys out there. Buy one of these computers, or threat crush. Oh wow, you really embraced that faster than I thought. Now it's time for me to crush the signal.
Our spies will uncover which camp we should investigate. I will give the order.
The ox will die in Naked Castle.
Why is our business manager on South that tastes so much better than everyone else's? That's because I keep everything cooking in the same pot, little guy. How does that help? Oh, it's quite simple. If you want to track leads, get accurate forecasting, close your business deals, spice up the pot with the CRM added. Automate your replenishment strategies with a nice, savory inventory count. And for a little subtle sweetness, add a dash of invoices so your team can create and send invoices in record time. I can't wait to help so many people manage their entire business with one easy-to-use platform. Oh, that's sweet sugar. Everything tastes better when brought together. And all you gotta do is own it.
Use our link for a free 15-day trial. No credit card required for what your demo will get. And if you only use one app, it's free. Bye now. If you guys enjoyed this video, why not check out one of the previous times we've hung out displayed? I mean, things like and Miracle Practice, or and of course, Dragon's League.
non-until board members like New Zealand Captain Jeremy Pony. Another big day of Test cricket. New Zealand started the day 252 for 3, and it was
Yep. I was just going to be fair to guys working
Those two wickets go to that Paul Jamieson. Someday on Father's Day, it would be spent in bed. But it wasn't today. Because of a quite brilliant counter-attacking innings from Harry Brook, alongside Joe Root too. Both going past 50. And both surviving a lot of Liverpool decisions. Or finally, man, brilliant what a spell that was. And good for the first in. Stubbs, James and Brook was dismissed on review. Joe Root's still there, 75 not out. Constant side in games. In control by 250. And wickets. Jeremy Curry, Mr. Southampton tonight. I'll tell you why. 3 reasons. 1, you've worked harder than anyone. 4 days. 2. Don't tell me.
Now we'll never let me get the end of this. That's one of the reasons I think that it won't be easy for the old one is keeping a little low. The old one is starting to turn a little bit more now, so New Zealand can use a wider range of the people they've got at their side to test the English batsmen. Henry, for me, has still been the bowler by far. Cutting down his pace a little bit, he can therefore perhaps bowl a few more overs and spell as he did today. It's accurate enough, it's quick enough, it's getting enough, a little bit of it on the slanting rim from the surface, and it's challenging the forward defence of some of the right-handers. And so, that's a nice person to have there. They were like Willow Walker, I thought, learned about not bowling too short on the switch. When he came back for his second spell, bowled a little bit fuller, and brought the bat into play a bit more. Can still go to a short one if he needs. And I think not much so to see much further. There's another new ball. That's another important part of
of the day tomorrow. Probably occurring, I'm guessing, just after lunch at some stage. Probably, well, it depends how much spin we get.
Of course.
But yeah, 48 overs of this week. So that's another 32 overs. So probably just after lunch, I am still batting there. They've just lost the one wicket. And Joe Root is still at the crease. They would have no doubt had it another 100. So they'll be within maybe 160 with 4 wickets in hand. And Root's at the crease.
What New Zealand would like to see tomorrow morning is exactly what we saw today, where the game suddenly changed. Okay, we haven't got an archer or a tail, but nevertheless the ball bounced a little bit more, it limped a little bit more for the first hour's play. New Zealand lost early wickets because of that. They lost Nichols, straight it over, he didn't get away, he was hit on the head. They had almost clocked hook again. Could have been called for Mitchell. A couple of run-out chances. So they were much more dangerous. A drop catch. So that was the awkward part of the day for New Zealand for that.
I suppose probably disrespect is what they need. First up tomorrow is something that we haven't seen in this test match. I don't know if this is match of Zealand. That's a wicked decision. That's been wickets throughout, right? I do want to talk about Matt Henry because I was just having a look at his figures. The camera puts 8.
The story is 2 parts.
Do you know how many years it took him to reach his first 5 minutes? 7 years. 7 years in which they took 14 test matches and had to sit out and watch 2 of the greatest New Zealand bowlers to ever bowl. You have to count that in probably in that now, it's got 20.
Yeah, it's probably fair that, you know,
Tim Southey,
Bolton, Southey and Wagner.
Yeah, so Wagner started in about 2012, and Southey and Bolton, of course, have been a mainstay on the side for quite some time. At one stage, for a couple of years, we had Southey, Bolton, and Wagner. New Zealand had 3 of the world's top 10 fast bowlers in their side, and Paul Jameson knew John
Correct.
So it's very difficult.
Well, he spent a lot of time on the you know, warming the pine bench, and I think his average was something like 40, between 40 and 50, until he came into the side properly.
It's very difficult just to come in for a test at the end of a series, isn't it? What we saw from him today was kind of accuracy, consistency, and longevity isn't quite the right word, but you know what I mean. He can mouse. He threatened the front pad, he threatened the inside edge, he stopped run scoring. Then he took the outside edge of Harry Brooks. Brilliant, brilliant bowling. He's not quite as explosive and maybe as he might have the crowd on the edge of its seat the way that John Archie did against Glenn Phillips, but as engrossing a spell of cricket as we've seen with this.
Yes, absolutely. You don't need out and out pace all the time. There's still place for other bowlers in a game of cricket. He slowed down actually. I thought his pace was just down a little so he could be more accurate. And because he was bringing the ball back in, that's why Harry Brook got the outside edge, looking for the inside one to get out there, and it just held its line and carried on. It was edged through to Mitchell at first slip. So it was a lovely dismissal, an important dismissal for New Zealand, because Brook and Reed were their most experienced batsmen and were both pretty sound. And Brook can change again quite quickly the way he likes to play.
Well, that is the deep for cricket, and no doubt quite as much as New Zealand, right? But watching Matt Henry bowl from top lane today, I just wondered how much Jerry would love to be able to all the top bowls like that outside of
Why has England seen much? And he's not overly fast. Okay, maybe with the Cullen regime, they want people to bowl at the time, but we know that England, long fingers bowlers have for years and years been very, very effective bowlers. And you go back to Derek Shackleton and people like that, you know, from quite a long time ago, that they were so hard to score from. I remember facing that, you know, it was very difficult to get away there. Henry's a bit like that. I suppose you could say they do have a bowler like that. But of course, he's missing this test match because he's got a sore
Sure.
Charlie Robinson would have been a real handful for this match, and I don't think New Zealand would have scored whatever they scored, 362 in second inning. Fair points. But he wasn't. So that's just how it goes. Brilliance from Matt Henry today, and Carl Jamieson. What an incredible bowler he is. You know, there's talk about him having a kind of record that you have to go back to pre-war times to see it, to find a comparison. And then the first innings, it quite goes away. And I find with Carl Jamieson that every single time I start to think we're about to watch his average go, which normalcy, normality, or at least, you know, just go up a couple of digits because it's. And then today with a new ball and they're back. And at the end of the day, where it looked to me that they kind of all tired to get off the field and probably would have taken where they were. Jamieson again steaming in, and you can see how exhausted he is because the LBW review, the LBW decision that wasn't given that he forced or encouraged Tom Latham to take, was waiting for the decision. He was down. He was having to sit down for 3 months because he's knackered. But again, what a talent New Zealand have got there. Yeah, it's a different kind of Jamieson that we're looking at these days, but he's still finding ways to get wickets. He's got 3 of them so far in this innings. He can bowl over the wicket, he can bowl round the wicket, he looks for swing, and if it's not there, he's able to use his height, he's able to get a little bit of variation and bounce, particularly on this surface. So he is actually an important cog to go with Henry as well, particularly. Henry, quite a short man, a skinny kind of man, and same as Smith. Henry and Smith from one end, the Vauxhall end in this case, and the far end, the other two bowlers, the two tall Henry, the tall Timber right. So it's a nice foursome there, and you're also starting to see a little bit of spin from Ravindra. He's sent and having a bit of a move down. Ravindra was down a third man, sort of talking him through some of the things he might think about. So that's an important part as well. It could be tomorrow where the ball starts tuning a little bit more.
I'm slightly surprised not to see him a bit earlier, especially when you consider that Jacob Edwards yesterday was going to turn. So, yeah, I imagine we will see him at some point tomorrow.
The answer to that is him.
Yeah. That was the problem. New Zealand was constantly switching bowlers, the bowl bend. Jones to the very fields. Just one of the experience as well of one side. So they have the luxury of having two very tall bowlers with the this side, what's both ball, very long spell, yeah, that was great to see. From an English perspective, looking on the side, the imbalance that we talked about is the structure of this and then we expect will change. Again, just more imposing bowlers, it's not quite variety of experience. It's similarly batting, still having the side. And I think if we brought it to focus yesterday, Henry didn't put back in the side. He scored 10 test centuries. Yesterday's test century was his 11th test century. Now, if you have a look at that total of points, it has 6 in a game, but it still has that's the one. SCG. Then of course, you have Pat. That's 4 or 5. That's probably 4 to SCG between the Lucy Brown and the then of course you've got 4 points to check through. Also, so they haven't scored any sections either. Henry Nicholas probably all the chat about maybe making centuries. He came into the side. Bags of experience, once again the sequence. It's got a lovely, juicy, hearty feeling.
the other side of it, the experience is shown. And Gay has only just been born into the site, so they're going to have to spend some time with her, it looks like. Bethel is still emerging and shows great deal of talent. I think it shows time on the back, which is very good as well. Nothing but this straight, really straight, a lot of short. So that was unfortunate. Brooklyn, surprised. Yeah. And even when I saw the ring, I watched it. I was surprised that the was enough of the stuff because it was given long out. Really. And it was right. So yeah, that's so we needed to go. Now of course what was this? I spoke because so much. It's a long way because the main the museum, a couple of things we'll go and do, eventually use the word security and so on. But the main one being
Every morning, I run downstairs to my office because this room makes me feel like I can make anything. 3D printers, tools, supplies, camera crew, everything's set up, ready to go, just waiting for me to get to work. But when it's time to design a project or edit a video, when it's time to get to work, some of it tools, supplies, camera crew, everything's set up, ready to go, just waiting for me to get to work.
That's Harry Potter. They don't have a book.
When it's time to design a project or edit a video, when it's time to get to work, some of that excitement immediately disappears because I have to sit down at my absolute dumpster fire of a desk.
Honestly, this desk setup makes me depressed, which is bad because I do some of my most creative work, like video editing and design are some of the times when I feel the most creative. So like, where I do those things, I want that to feel inspiring. I want to feel excited when I sit down.
So in this video, I know the desk that I've been dreaming about with 17 features to help me unlock it. And the first feature is taking full advantage of this corner with an L-shaped desk that will pretty much double the size of the work surface. I'm building the desktop from Sapele plywood. This is leftover from my tiny library, and I also picked up some solid Sapele for other parts of the desk. Now, a lot of woodworkers would build the desktop out of this solid wood, which you convert into panels, which would give you a beautiful thick desktop. But there's a chance that desktop would work without.
Today I decided to teach my kids about friction, but the action left. Well, this might look impossible. Right now, static friction is holding me against the wall. After I successfully held the younger kid, I decided to try my own, which was now bigger than me. If static friction really works the way physics says it should, I should be able to hold on, I think. In this video, I'm going to show you why it seems so easy to hold someone against the wall. In discussing this, we'll run into one of the teams.
Approximately triple coffee holders. This is one of the largest animals in the world, turning out 1.4 million pairs of jeans a month. Here, thousands of workers do everything from weaving the fabric to sewing the final hair, or big American rings like papers. In fact, more than 90% of demonstrated war in the US today is made of profit. But it wasn't always this way. In the early 1900s, the US produced over a third of it.
It was very clear that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu might torpedo the US Iran deal. Now, the evidence is emerging in the ground. Israel started bombarding Lebanon right after the signing of the US Iran deal. Calls of war in Lebanon has been made onto the memorandum of understanding.
The Ramadan donation route has now been deactivated from them.
Greetings, food fans. Announcement round. Time of aperture. Spending something. That's me.
« 19 millions d'albums vendus dans le monde. Ce soir, c'est la Isla Lolita qui nous offre une
You know that sponsorship thing, right? One of your favorite YouTuber lists certainly camera, LCD, sustainable technology. A company called Incogni will release your personal data from
They submit requests on their behalf to all of these sites, and they go John Wick on these research.
We just practice it continuously over time. Now,
A service that contacts data brokers on your behalf to request the removal of your personal information from the internet.
your name, your address, your phone number, all the information. God, the don't tell you, however, is that the company is Homeland Security, a company that operates half of the global infrastructure that's used to scrape that data in the first place. But you know what? We're getting ahead of ourselves because let's just take a step back and start with what Incogni is all about. Incogni marks itself as the easy button for digital privacy, a fire and forget missile aimed at keeping your data out of the hands of data brokers. You hand them your information, they blast out more requests, hundreds of brokers, and your digital footprint, well, according to Incogni, it's supposedly just packages. But here's the thing though, before Incogni can request your data removed from data brokers, Incogni needs you to give it that data, including your full name, your date of birth, your home address, and your phone number. It needs this data from you so that it can send this data to data brokers, asking them to check if they have that data. You see, what the problem is right now, to protect your privacy, Incogni hands up the exact data they've asked it to remove to the data brokers you don't trust with your data in the first place. So, if a broker already has your information, Incogni's request may succeed in removing it, I suppose. But if they didn't have the information, well, I guess they do now because you've just given it to them.
And they're actually under no obligation to remove it. After all, there are no federal laws in the United States, no state laws in California that mandate that data brokers must honor your removal requests. And before you think that Europe is this magically better place, think again, because while regulations to have your data removed, companies are more or less free to make data removal requests, even if it's against the law. The European regulatory bodies responsible for making sure that companies comply with the law are so underfunded that they're currently running massive backlogs of 4 years. In 2020, Europe's Data Protection Commission received over 10,000 complaints, and they acted on just 7 of those 10,000 complaints. And that's a really important point, because if data brokers feel that they are under no obligation to remove your data, when a company requests it removed, the company must provide your personal data to data brokers so the data broker can check whether you are in their database. Then what the company is effectively doing is creating a highly valuable, curated, and payment verified database of people who care enough about their privacy that they're willing to pay a minimum of $16 each month to protect it. The company will tell you that you can't request removal from a broker's database, and the broker can verify who you are. But that's
Well, greetings and salutations, everybody. Welcome to this installment of Open Mic, the show where the mic is open, the floor, as they would say, is yours. What do you guys want to talk about? That is what we are here to do here today. My name is John Candia. Good to have you guys along for the ride. And it's been a little bit since we've done an open mic, all despite my, I intended to start doing like 3 or 4 open mics a week. But like between, well, then obviously there was the tour that made that possible. Then I was gone for half a week to Las Vegas for the World Series of Poker. I'm going to go back up to Las Vegas again next weekend to play in another World Series of Poker tournament. It's going to be the 1,000 Mystery Bounty Golden Hold'em tournament. It's a bracelet event, and I'm looking forward to playing that. But between that and my work stuff in the afternoons, I just have a lot of open mics. So I'm like, you know what? I got a couple of hours today. I really should do an open mic because I miss doing them. And I'm glad you're here, guys. Thanks for joining me. And basically, if you've never been to an open mic before, it is just what it sounds like. We're going to spend the day taking the next hour or two, taking your live questions. But as is tradition, here on Open Mic, we like to start things off there with an icebreaker topic. So I jumped on the YouTube channel's community, and I asked, do you guys have an issue you'd like me to discuss? And a couple of you guys said, don't think it's going to be
there is no reason. They don't come to die.
No chance. No chance in hell.
C'est
No
la
chance. Is that I personally know a single person, that is planning on suicide, that isn't also planning on suicide. I'm not saying nobody exists. I'm saying I personally don't know a single person that's like, yeah man, I can't wait to watch Spider-Man. No, probably not going to go see Avengers. They're Jewish, if you will, in the same club. They're not the street. Go back to the song. If you're interested in one, you are most likely interested in the other. Right? So that's the way basic kind of where's this from? The two biggest ones like is clear to gambling, but all the market has a thing going on where you can wager on what you think is going to be the highest grossing movie of 2026. And look at these results. 65%. 65%.
I will tell the police to expect less trouble from the Pokemon itself.
Is going to be the number one movie. 2026. Number one movie. People betting their money on Hollywood at 65%. Spider-Man Spider-Man. It's a tie for second. 13% of the people think Avengers Doomsday, but also think Toy Story 5, which, by the way, is not an insane guess. Toy Story 5 could end up being a bit of a dark horse now. I mean, I don't think it will be, but the possibility exists that Toy Story 5 could end up being a surprise. And of course, you know, Super Mario Brothers is the, I believe, here right now, 4% of people are betting that in 1890s. But again, 65% of people who are putting their money in are betting that Spider-Man Brand New Day is going to be the number one film, compared to only 13% who think it will be Avengers Doomsday. That number, guys, shocked me. Like, completely shocked me. Because I know people are naive. Y'all can make myself. But I didn't think that many people were naive. But it made me go, well, wait a minute, John. If 65% of people think it's going to be Spider-Man Brand New Day, what would be the reasons for that? So, okay. Let's jump over to Camping Classroom for a second. Let's look at for reasons pro Spidey, okay? So reasons you could believe, like, not just gut feeling or magical guesses, but some legitimate tactile reasons why one might believe that Spider-Man could end up being the number one. Well, I mean, first of all, the results of No Way Home. Spider-Man No Way Home nearly made $2 billion on the box office. That is the most exclusive club in all of movie is the $2 billion. Right now, there are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 members. 7 members. Oops. Only 6 members of the $2 billion. Those are, right now, Avatar, which almost has 3. Avengers Endgame, which almost has 3. Avatar: The Way of Water. Actually, take out Misa. That's totally bogus. Anyway, Titanic. So really only 6. Star Wars Episode 7, Force Awakens, and Avengers Infinity. These are. That's it. And then you got at the number 8 spot, which is really the number 7 spot again, because these don't believe those totally made up by China. They're trying to make some absolutely fabulous film, but that's it. Anyway, and I've explained why. Spider-Man made $1.92 billion, right? And so the trajectory of the Spider-Man movie's box office is like just going up and up and up. So if you are to ask people, well, why do you think that Spider-Man could be, Tuesday? One might say, just look at the results of No Way Home. Another one is this. Spidey is the most popular. I mean, part of it just comes down to popularity. One might be able to argue Wolverine, one might be able to argue Iron Man, whatever, but I think if you did a survey here, actually, let's do that right now. I'm going to create a survey here in the live chat, just to see what you guys think. And I'm just going to ask a simple question. Is Spider-Man the most popular Marvel character? Okay. Actor. There we go. And so it's basically, I'm asking you guys, if you guys are watching live, you have to be watching live, look into the live chat. I just put up a poll asking a simple question. Is Spider-Man the most popular character? If you think it's anybody else, if you think it's Wolverine, if you think it's Thor, if you think it's Shang-Chi for some reason, if you think it's anybody else, say no. But if you do think it is in fact Spider-Man, say yes. We'll come back to visiting that in just a second. So a lot of people will look at the idea of Spider-Man, Brandon Day, maybe, perhaps, possibly, being the main thing. By the way, right now, we've already had 150 votes, and 94% of you are saying yes. 94% of you are saying yes, that Spider-Man is the most popular character. That's not universal agreement, but that's as close as you're going to get. Now over 200 votes, 92% of you say yes. It's 93% of you are saying Spider-Man is the most popular character, and clearly he's the most popular. We're not necessarily saying he's the best character, but it's clear Spider-Man is the most popular character. And so some people will point and say, listen, look at the box office results of Spider-Man No Way Home, which made nearly $2 billion, almost joining the most expensive box office system. Spider-Man is clearly the most popular Marvel character in it. And this thing could have a couple things, like Hulk and the Punisher. Hulk and Punisher are in it. is not as popular.
Did you see the Capybara?
I saw them, and
Punisher is not.
they agreed to stay far, far away from Setsu.
Why did you do that? They were the most interesting thing in this dusty place.
Then on top of that,
Ah.
Jean Grey.
I'll put on plays. Keep your story alive.
Like they know this.
No plays are boring. Mine is more songs. Hey, dancing. I'll leave it after the carnival, and everyone will come see my kabuki plays.
You must not bother these little people with fantasies. Back to your studies.
We're playing Jean Grey. Is not just another cool character being in it.
The resilience of youth. When she's older, she may even appreciate the peace you brought to certain people. Thank you.
This is going to be our first real tangible taste of X-Men. The concept even of X-Men being introduced into the MCU. And I'm not talking about the alternate universe world that we have with Professor X and the multiverse of madness. I'm not talking about the multiverse of stuff that we had in Deadpool and Wolverine, because we are all talking about old X-Men stuff. I think Sadie Sink as Jean Grey is our first real representation of what the new X-Men world on the screen is going to be. And I think for some people, that is very, very appealing. Very appealing. Another thing, and this gets into some TMZ territory that I like to avoid, but it's true. The Tom Zendaya thing, people love Tom Holland and Zendaya together. Listen, I'm not kidding. Like, my wife and her friends are just every time there's a Tom and Zendaya thing online, they are absolutely in love with it, and it 100% has made them more interested in watching Spider-Man. 100% it has. I'll tell you a story. This is a true story before I go back. So, when Tom and Zendaya first got together as a couple, my wife and her friends, all loved it. But I would have lost a lot of money on that. I 100% believe it was fake. I 100% believe that was all just a publicity thing. Oh, look, the two stars of Spider-Man are in love and dating. Yeah, right. It's a publicity thing. And like a year passes, and then another year passes, and then it's still a publicity thing. My wife started laughing for being so stupid. And even when they got married, I'm like, yeah, I still think there's a 50% chance it's just a publicity thing. But even I now have to be like, yeah, I don't think it's publicity. And they're adorable together. They are. They're completely adorable together. I mean, every girl out there should look for a guy who looks the way Tom Holland is. There you go. So listen, you put all this together, and there's a compelling argument. There's a compelling argument for Avengers being out, or being beaten out by Spider-Man for the World 26 box office. Look at the results of going. Look at Spidey is significantly the most popular Marvel character there is. I'm not necessarily saying the most popular character, but he's clearly the most popular Marvel character. Look at the fact that they've got Hulk and Punisher in there for a little bit of MCU spice. Get the fact that we're getting Jean Grey, our first real kind of tangible taste of what the new X-Men world is going to be like in MCU. And you put in the fact that Zendaya and Tom Holland are just adorable together. And there are people out there who maybe don't care all that much about comic book films, but they're going to be interested in going to see them just because they think that Zendaya and Tom Holland are so cool. You put that all together, there's, well, okay, if we're going to look at the first fight, let's also look at the con fight. What are some things working against Spider-Man Brand New Day actually beating out Avengers 2? The first of all, there's no Toby and Andrew. This look, let's be honest. One of the significant reasons. I mean, all the Spider-Man movies under John Watts and with Tom Holland take very, very well. One of the significant reasons. Not the only one, but one of the significant reasons that Spider-Man No Way Home exceeded what the previous Spider-Man movies was because, and it wasn't because of the pictures that somebody thought they were fake vehicles. Reports were all over the place that Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire were doing. And let's be honest, that is one of the significant reasons why. Not why Spider-Man No Way Home did well, but why it did exceedingly well over the other Spider-Man. And the fact of the matter is that, you got Hulk, and you got Punisher, and all that kind of stuff in this one, but there's no seeing our old fake Spider-Man all together on the screen in Spider-Man Brand New Day. So that's one of the things working against it. The other thing I'm going to say is working against it is something that we already talked about, but just so I can put down, no one is seeing Spider-Man that isn't also seeing right? Like, this is the same well that they're doing with the audience, right? So, everybody who's going to go see Spider-Man is most likely also going to go see Doomsday. Here's the other thing. I want you to keep this in mind. If Spider-Man is good, and it probably will be, I'm expecting it to be very good, it will only help the Avengers box office. If Spider-Man Brand New Day or Spider-Man Brand New Day is really good, and again, everything I've seen so far, the director connected to it, all that kind of stuff, I believe it's probably really good. And if it is really good, it is going to really momentum for Avengers. You know, just as I think movies like Thunderbolts, which I think is great, Fantastic Four, which wasn't as good as Thunderbolts, but I still thought very good. I thought it was quality stuff, good stuff. I think those things have started to build momentum for Spider-Man. And now, if Spider-Man is it's going to be, it's also only going to just float and boost and pump up and hype up and get everybody more excited for Adventures Doomsday. Spider-Man's success is actually going to increase the chances that Adventures Doomsday does better than it does. So there's that. And look, I got to point this out. It's adorable that Hulk and Punisher are in Spidey, but Doomsday has everyone. I mean, you've got Robert Downey Jr. back. You've got Chris Evans back. Thor is back. The Thunderbolts are there. The Wakandans are there. The old X-Men are there. You don't think people have been creaming their pants since 2001? Or whenever Iron Man first took to the sky in 2013 or something? Whatever. You don't think people have, like, literally been creaming their pants waiting to see Fox X-Men and the MCU Avengers on the screen at the same time? I mean, yeah, Spider-Man's gonna have, I love Hulk. Spider-Man's gonna have Hulk, and it's gonna have Punisher. That's great. It's great. But this Doomsday is going to be the fulfillment of the fantasy that a lot of comic movie fans have had forever, to see those X-Men with the Avengers on the same screen. We're going to see James Marsden's Cyclops and Chris Evans' Captain America on the screen together. Come on. Come on. Oh, and by the way, arguably, the best villain in comic book history, Dr. Doom. Now, you can, I can hear a lot of you, and you'd be right to point out, John, they've done Doctor Doom a lot. We've seen a lot of Doctor Doom on the big screen, and it's never quite worked out the way they wanted. True, but this is the first time we're getting Doctor Doom movies. It's the first time we're getting Doctor Doom movies. So listen, I look at these numbers, and I see that 65% of people think Spider-Man Brand New Day is going to be the #1 film at the box office. I'll tell you what, if I used these sites like Gauchy and Wall Market, which I don't, again, no shade on anyone who does, adults should be able to do adult things. That's fine. I'm saying for me, I don't use this stuff. But if I did, man, whew, I'd be buying that bet of no a lot. I'd be buying the no a lot. It's like, no, it's not. Spider-Man is not going to tell you. But look, there's also the wild card here, right? There is one wild card. Let's talk about a potential one. The potential wild card here is this. What if Spider-Man is great and Avengers sucks? That's the wild card. That's the wild card. All other things being equal, Avengers Doomsday easily will be the #1 box office film, in my opinion. Right? I don't know, I could be wrong here. But I personally have very little doubt that that Avengers Doomsday will. But if Spider-Man is like up there with the Dark Knight and Wolverine, or Logan, I should say. If it's up there with Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight and James Mangold's Logan, and it's like truly one of the greatest comic books ever made, and Avengers Doomsday ends up being the next Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, that could change the narrative. Like that could absolutely change it. We don't know that right now, so all we're left with is all other things being equal, and I think all other things being equal, Avengers Doomsday will quite easily, by several hundred million, will be the bigger film. But, as in all things, we'll have to wait and see. Bottom line is, we win. We win. You and I, movie fans, we are the ones who win. We're going to get these two movies. I'm so excited for them, and I cannot wait. All right, guys. That will wrap up the little icebreaker, if you will, talking about some stuff before we get going into the questions. So now let's do what we're actually here to do, which is to dive into your questions, shall we? And let's get things kicked off here. I think we're starting off with Alex. Yes, we are. Alex writes, where are we at? Do you think reports from test screenings bullshit? Test screening reports nonsense. Do you think reports from test screenings of the Brand New Day ending being divisive is because Peter might potentially die and the symbiote resurrects him? Number one, unless you hear the director talking about test screenings, unless you hear the studio talking about test screenings, or unless you hear from the actors talking about test screenings, do not believe it.
Thank you.
Stories to fabricate and make up. And I'm not directly saying that this is a fabrication, because I don't know whatever report you're talking about. But the easiest reports to fabricate is saying, I heard there was a test screening, because you can't prove it, right? So people make up BS things about test screenings. My best piece of advice is, whenever you see any story that talks about test screening, but it's not directly quoting the studio person, the director, or the actors, just ignore it. Just ignore it. Don't believe it. On the very rare occasion, I think I've only done it twice, where I've talked about, I personally know somebody who's had a test screening sort of thing. You know, like the two occasions that I've done that, I prefaced it by saying, guys, you shouldn't even take my word for it at 100%. You just shouldn't. I'm telling you this just for interest, just for the sake of our conversation, because that's what our show is, it's a conversation. but do not rely on it because it doesn't come from a studio person, it doesn't come from the director. I'm just telling you what I heard. You should never listen to anything, or at least take seriously anything that talks about test screenings, because it's all BS. 90% of the time. 90% of the time. Maybe this one's legit. Maybe it is. But I'm not going to pay any attention to it until I actually hear a studio person talk about it. That's good. Alright. Next up, Alex was right. The web tornado in the prison might be one of the coolest things ever put on screen. Was that something in the trailer? I don't remember specifically the web tornado. Did you see it? That looks pretty cool. Listen, to me, the coolest thing in that Spider-Man trailer was Spider-Man letting loose with Scorpion. It's like, look, I'm not playing around anymore. I talked about this when he decides to bitch Scorpion, and he's just whipping him around like Hulk whipping around Loki, just like, you are not even in my class. You are not even remotely on my level, Scorpion. And he just completely bitches. It reminded me a lot of that Spider-Man story where Aunt May gets killed and Peter finds out it was Kingpin that was responsible. And Kingpin and Spider-Man had their battles, but that was it. Spider-Man's like, no, that's it. I'm taking off the kidding gloves. And he goes in and he wrecks Kingpin. Wrecks. It's like, you are not remotely on my level. And he only leaves him alive so society basically can come back and kill him. It's just great, and that's what that scene kind of reminded me of. So I think that was pretty awesome. All right, next up, Mashan writes, "Hey John, can you explain what are anchor beams? I don't think Kevin Feige can explain what anchor beams are. Can you explain what are anchor beams, and will they be important for the future of the MCU? I think they're going to be like midichlorians, the fact that they're going to try to pretend that they don't exist anymore. I don't think you're ever going to hear anchor beams ever mentioned again. I love Deadpool. I love that. I think it's ripping hilarious. I think it's thoroughly entertaining. But the anchor beam stuff makes no sense. There's one beam, the anchor beam holds the fabric of all. Okay, that's cool. So you're saying Logan was the anchor beam of that universe, and now it's falling apart because he's not there. Huh. Okay, well, what happened in that universe before Logan was born? There was no anchor beam, and yet it just existed. I don't know, the anchor beam stuff was so stupid. It's what they call a plot device. An element to help further the story they wanted to tell, but it doesn't really make sense. And so, no, I cannot thoroughly explain anchor beams because I don't think Kevin Feige can thoroughly explain anchor beams. Again, all love for Deadpool 3. I freaking love that movie, but that is one of the things that absolutely made no sense. Alright. Thanks, man. Next up, Robert writes, I think Doomsday gets 2.5 billion and Spider-Man gets 2.1 billion. The better Spider-Man does will only elevate. I was just saying that exact same thing. That's the thing. The better that Spider-Man does, the better it will be for Avengers. Now, I don't even think it's possible. I don't think Spider-Man Brand New Day is such a good. I mean, look, the fact of the matter is, while we are getting back to pre-pandemic numbers at the box office, that's what's statistically shown. The reality is, there's still, not everybody has started as a return. There's not as many people going to movies today as there were in 2019. We're getting there. It's crawling back. We're not there yet. On top of that, you don't have Tony and Andrew. Oh. Listen, I think Spider-Man Brand New Day is going to do stupid. I don't think it makes too good. I hope I'm wrong. And by the way, I may come out of Spider-Man Brand New Day totally different idea against this. I'm hoping it will. Maybe it has a chance, but I don't think it gets to 2 billion. I don't think Doomsday gets to 2.5. Because here's the other thing. Since Bob Chapek left and Kevin Feige got his power, can see MCU, right? Yes, there was Captain America War that was not very good, but again, that was a product of Jake McCarthy. We've been kind of seeing it slowly crawl its way back. But the reality is, the rep of Marvel and MCU is not as strong or good today. I say this as a Marvel fan. I say this not as a Marvel hater, not as a Disney hater, or Disney funds, or anything like that. I'm an MCU Marvel fan. I'm a huge Marvel fan. I wait to see these movies. But the reality is, the breadth of Marvel, overall enthusiasm level of Marvel, the overall belief in Marvel is not as high today as it was in 2009, like during the era of Endgame and shortly thereafter. I don't think any of you disagree with me. Right? Like, I think you all agree with me that if you take the love level for Marvel around Endgame and Spider-Man No Way Home, I think we all agree that at least to one degree or another, it's lower today than it was then. So those things combined make me have doubts that we could see like Doomsday get 2.5 billion or Spider-Man Brand New Day get 2 billion. But I think here's everything. Never know. It's possible. If I had to bet $5 on for it, I probably bet against it. But we'll see how it all works. Alright. Next up. Anthony C. writes, if that is real, my one critique is Steve's attire. This is the man who said if you're gonna go to war, you gotta wear a uniform. You can't make that. You don't look, if the clip is real, then you don't know the context. Like if he's literally, I'm just throwing this out there for argument's sake. If Steve was literally in the middle of a dinner and then all hell broke loose, it would make no sense that he's wearing, his Nomad battle outfit, right? It would make no sense. So don't critique a maybe legit scene when you have no idea what the context around it is, right? It could be that if he was wearing a Nomad or a Captain America outfit at any time, that would make no logical sense. So don't critique it for that. Wait to understand the concept. All right. The context, I should say. Try getting a reservation rights. 1 of 3. I don't think I've ever seen online discourse as unimaginably stupid as for the Odyssey. And not just with the low-life racists. If I go to Twitter right now, I'm blasted with a tweet at 90,000 likes about how a goddamn cup, that, I don't even know how to pronounce his name, Telemachus is holding is not actually how the color of the cup would be back then, and it means that the movie is garbage. Like, seriously, WTF are we doing here? Someone is 100% astroturfing this outrage. This BS is widespread in all socials, and I can't fathom there's actually human beings who think like this. Look, let me say this. I think there are legit people out there who legitimately are real stickers of history and all that kind of stuff. And maybe if they're one of those people and they notice, oh my god, that cup, you might as well have an iPad sitting on the table. You might as well have an iPad sitting on the table. Because that cup does not fit in that time period. You know what? I get it. That's fine. That's all cool. I don't besmirch anybody for having certain things, like factual details, be an issue for them, like a cup or a place we want to load stuff out or whatever. And that bothers some people. Okay, that bothers some people. I get it. What I would push back on is even if the cup had a fucking McDonald's, da-da-da-da-da. Like if it literally had a McDonald's symbol on it, how does that change the story? How does that change the action? How does that change the cinematography, creating elements of tension and suspense? How does that change the characters and the dialogue? It doesn't. It doesn't. Even if that cup had a big Burger King logo, it does not make the movie good and it doesn't make the movie bad at all. I get that it's a bother if you're kind of stickler with that stuff. And I respect that. I totally respect that. But to think that impacts the quality of the movie is kind of absurd. The movie's either good or it's not good. The color of the cup is not going to influence it one way or the other. It might have an effect on its historical accuracy. Okay, fair enough. If that's part of your scorecard, fair enough. But it doesn't change anything about the movie. It doesn't change anything about it. So, again, I can respect if you're a stickler for certain things. I get that. But don't mistake the fact that, oh, there's this historical inaccuracy. Okay, whatever. The movie's still a movie. And you should just probably, anything outside of that is agenda. So, anyway, that's just kind of my thoughts. Alright. Let's see. Christopher Diaz writes, what did you think of Obsession? Still haven't seen it. You know, it came out right about when I went on my 2-week movie meetup tour. By that point, it was too late for me to review. Other new things were coming out, and then I very quickly turned around and made a 4.5-day trip to Las Vegas. And now I've been seeing other movies, and I still haven't seen Obsession. I've been dying to see Obsession ever since the first. We were the first ones to see the trailer. We talked about it first, and I loved the trailer. But I saw that too. And honestly, at this point, I don't think I'm going to see it until it comes out on video because there's not really much point for me in seeing it right now. Like, it's too late for me to review this one. Because you guys know I never really want to review for a movie that's already been out in theaters for 1 to 2 days. There's just no point. So it's going to hit streaming soon. As soon as it does, I'm going to be all over that and watch it, but I haven't seen it yet. Alright, next up. Who is Chris writes? You still don't think Michael can reach $1 billion after you said it will, but then the critics shit on it and you switched up. No, I didn't switch up on it because of what the critics said. I switched up on it because of how I felt about it. Look, you guys know that I was one of the only people in the world, the moment they announced Michael, that I said, this is going to be $1 billion. This is going to be $1 billion film. And if they split it into two, it's going to be $2 billion. I have Antoine Fuqua directing it, blah, blah, and I banged that drum for over a year. Now, let me just get a glimpse of where it is. I know it's closing in. Let me just check here. So,
what's this? Sake?
So, it's getting to $1 billion is definitely in reach.
I was wondering what sort of person leaves good sake out in the open.
Only a fool has forgotten the cups. Tomino gave me that bottle. We should celebrate.
Celebrate?
We must feel the enemy magic together. The least we can do is raise a cup. Let's just talk. Get to know one another.
And when I saw Michael, I enjoyed it. Like in a thumbs up.
How about a game? We ask each other questions and have to respond with total honesty. If you don't, you drink.
This is going to end poorly for me.
I don't think the movie was nearly as good as...
Let's start light.
Legacy.
Tell me a joke.
And I certainly don't think the movie was...
Why must samurai always battle one another?
Lived up to the high standard of...
Because there's only one way for a samurai to get ahead. Ahead.
I do not think this was his best.
I did not say it was a good joke.
So I came
Now, my turn. I'm already behind, so I might as well be bold.
I wanted it to be better. I didn't want it just to be a prolonged celebration.
What is something you love?
I wanted it
A place, person, memory.
Like Oppenheimer
Something that
wasn't
makes
just
you happy.
a celebration
Smell
of
of my auntie's stew. The way plum trees glow pink in the sunshine. My father's laugh.
So
My turn.
that not really like it as much as I was hoping. And it
Where did you come from?
Far away. I was a child when they took us.
Yeah, I changed my position.
But I remember it was warm. Thick trees with tiny branches as if growing upside down. And a big hearted people with hair and eyes and skin like mine.
That sounds beautiful.
It was. I hope to see it again someday.
I guess it's not competitive. But
Oh,
it's just kept liking it. It's just kept liking it.
I cannot tell.
Is the bottom tree empty? We are winning.
I'm still not 100% sure. Not 100% sure. But, but it definitely
Good morning. Have you seen Nowit?
more likely than I thought the week after I saw it. So we'll see how that goes.
Why are you on the
So I
roof?
think the FJ sequel will probably hit $1 billion.
Why are you so loud?
Because
Auntie told me Coca-Cola was the best way to wake you after a night socket.
I still think the sequel to Michael is going to be a massive hit. I think it's going to be a massive hit.
Do you regret it?
And
The
everybody
win
will
that
love
movie
it.
here?
See it. But out of that,
Only the hangover.
First one, I think there's a good percentage of them that didn't love it as much as they want to go back to the second one. We'll see though. Maybe the second one's going to be a much better film and get better word of mouth. And we'll see. All right. Next up, we've got Joseph sends in a $50 super chat. Thank you, Joseph, for supporting us on that level, man. And Joseph writes, hey, John, it was awesome experience meeting at the New York movie meetup. I had a great time. Do you think Hasbro, led by new Transformers and G.I. Joe films, and eventually Microbots, can become popular / big like Marvel, Star Wars, or Avatar, Lord of the Rings, or at least big in general? No, zero chance. Zero chance. And I think He-Man knows that. Nobody cares about G.I. Joe. I do. I care. But nobody cares about G.I. Joe. Even back 10, 15 years ago when they did make G.I. Joe movies, they didn't do that well. I mean, let me go over to Box Office Mojo here for a second. And let me just take a look. So there's Michael. So what happens with G.I. Joe? What happens today? So we got G.I. Joe, The Rise of Cobra, which wasn't great. Made $300 million. Actually, that's not bad. That's not bad. Then we had The Rock come in and take the lead role in 2013 and made $375. That was in 2013. I mean, yeah, and I think G.I. Joe is less relevant today than it even was back then. Nobody cares about Microbots. Like, nobody cares about Microbots. No one's going to listen to Microbots. Again, I would, but nobody does. And I think, unfortunately, the era of Transformers is over. Because they put out 2 great Transformers movies. Bumblebee didn't do great. Then Transformers 1. Oh my god, that movie was way better than it had any business being. Transformers 1 was awesome. Nobody knows. I think He-Man has kind of shown that these 80s and 90s nostalgia property things that have not had a prolonged, sustained presence are not viable at this time. Now, look, I say that. I hope I'm wrong. I would love to see Transformers. Hell, I'd love to see GoBots. That's right, GoBots. I'd love to see all of that stuff in the picture. I want to see a Thundercats. But it's never. At least, maybe in 10 years, there's a big established and big records established. Right now, I think there's sense. Alright, we'll see it. We'll see it. I love Transformers, man. I love to see it. Thanks for that, Joseph. Yeah, thank you for supporting us not level, man. It's incredibly Jefferson. Alright. Let's do this. Oh my god. I got 8 super chats. So, give me 1 second here, guys. I must turn off screens. There's way too many in there. Give me a second. To turn off screens.
Yosuke, do you have the answer?
Let's see how long it's going to take. Okay. We did lose Chris. We just did just. All right. Now we go to Alice's. Which is worse, Thunder Force or Scream 7? Scream 7. Thunder Force is truly. I like Melissa. And I love Xavier Spencer. Thunder Force is wonderful pursuit. It really is. But Scream 7 is a top 3 worst film ever made. Almost my entire movie the unholy trinity of 3 worst Hollywood produced 5 movies are, in no particular order. Highlander 2, the John Travolta to me, those are the 3 worst Hollywood produced and it's been that for 40 years, but ever since I saw that. It's been like that for the first time in decades. I changed that. Halle Berry's Captain is now back. Congratulations. No longer. Scream 7 is now. It is truly one of the worst films I've ever seen. It's better than any movie I've seen. It's so bad that movie. Anyway. Yeah, so Thunder Force is legendarily awful. And I love the people involved with that. It is legendary. Scream 7 is alright, next up. Let's see. Jake Tobin writes, over said we actually get a new MCU post Secret Wars. It's semantics, but it all depends on what you mean by new.
Yosuke, do you have the answer?
I think the MCU...
You present a mystery, Swordmaster. Allow me to pretend when I have its answer.
Well.
That means complete. Right? I don't think after Secret Wars it's going to be an absolute day one, start from scratch, completely new, all new, never seen before. I don't think it's going to be that. So it's all a matter of semantics to me, but I do think the Marvel Cinematic Universe will be substantially changed post-Secret Wars. But I'm not willing to say it's going to be a new question. Next up, Jay Tobin also writes, you think the Friday movie actually happens? The first one is Friday. Listen, like the buddy I I think there's a man. They say yes, the track. Mr. Sorley, thank you. At Bobby. Love hearing what sage work. And that was my plan, but it just didn't work out. The best laid plans was so I am going to announce that we are going to do
All right. We should get you home. Do you know the way?
My father told me.
Live
I will take you.
are returning to the jungle. Starting Monday, we're going to go through all the main topics, and then we're going to open up for 45 minutes, whatever. We're going to open up to live viewer questions again. So live viewer questions again are returning on Monday. I have heard you guys' requests. I have heard what you guys say, and again, despite my best intentions, I've not been able to.
Did you know that woman?
Sorta. I thought she was nice until today.
Do you know where she came from?
No. She just wanted to go to the island. I've already been, and it's boring.
Starting. Alright, you guys heard it first. So that's happening. Anyway, thank you, Bobby. Appreciate that. Mike Veterans, 1 and 2. I know groups like the Snyder Bros are small but loud in the morning, but social media feeds love to highlight the negative. It does. That's how they get the Yankees, right? They rage me. Right? That social media, I mean, one of the things we found out from all
Where have you been?
The Joseph was trying to take me to the island.
She was no torture. My sake business does well, and I am punished for it.
Your son was targeted by kidnappers. I found their plan on this origami paper.
Only Osaka merchants serve them, Kirakai.
I will speak to one of the merchants. Perhaps they can tell me of their customers.
Yes. But I don't think a significant. Your algorithm in a lot of these social media feeds, they feed into the stuff they can really care about. Like, I'm very interested in politics because I think politics is about how people get treated. Which is why first will bothers. And if it bothers you that I said that, my channel is not a good place where you should probably things. But like, there's also a lot of people who don't really care about certain things, right? Like, there are a lot of average moviegoers just aren't seeking out movies.
That looks like a beta.
A lot of average moviegoers are not like you and I,
How may I help you?
You sell this paper. Do you remember who bought it?
I don't sell much of that. Expensive. People don't want to pay so much these days. Last one was a woman. Very wealthy. I delivered it to her home and the Shinomaru got it.
Thank you.
If she wants more, tell her I have plenty.
The kidnapper seems like someone in Shinomaru got it. I wonder if there are other messages. I should look for it on the butterfly.
Now, as far as the more hardcore, we don't care what some randos on Facebook or Twitter or TikTok or whatever. Like, if you're a hardcore movie fan, you really don't care what some randos out there say. You really don't. Like, maybe you've got some favorite high-profile movie critic that you enjoy, or like, you don't care what some randos out there say. Right? So, will it be fun? Yes, I think, do I think it's going to be a significant fun? No, I don't. You know, all you gotta do is look at things like Barbie, right? You remember the huge anti-Barbie campaign that was being done? Like, before the movie came out. Oh, #1 movie of the year? Okay. So, yeah. No problem? Yes. Significant problem? No. Oh, that's just my guess. Alright. Next up, we've got Rich Reviews who writes, "You're one of 3 film critics that I trust. The other 2 are Jeremy Johns and James Tonelli. Okay. Let me see. I appreciate that. You are still a different individual. And I trust you two that trust unbelievably honestly. And you guys know I always say like, because some of my opinions are very unpopular. That's okay. It's my honesty. I'll always give my honesty. Like something from myself. So that's great. But if you trust as in what I like, then you're going to be careful.
That must be the one called the Builder, playing Lord of the Rings.
Like, just because I don't like More rights. Hey, John, I have incredibly toxic parents and no older adult figures to look up to. Is it okay that I look up to you? It's okay, just be careful. You're a smart, funny, kind, and you bright my days, and I wish I had that talent. Look, but I've been very lucky. I have the best friends. I've had the best friends. Everybody says, everybody, of course, always. I do not ask you this. Right? I do not ask you. Teaching things and saying things like that. My dad just always I have a feeling that I've never liked since I did not trust my mother and arguments with my parents because my uncle needed to come live with us for a while, and I remember like bitching and thinking about it because I had he's an idiot. But she didn't like it. And like my dad just set me straight. My dad was just like, yeah, that's it. Nothing else. Nothing else needed, nothing else required to my dad. So, yeah, that's that. My dad always modeled that what men do is men stand up and can't stand up for themselves. My dad modeled that all the time. My dad couldn't stand seats. My dad stand to see somebody disrespect. My dad was a powerful guy. And is a powerful guy. He's still and he modeled that. He never sat down and said to me and my sisters, my brother, this is what you do. No, he just lived it. He just lived it. My dad lived his life in front of us, showing that real men use their strength to lift other people up, not to put other people down. My dad modeled his life in that the ultimate honor you can have. He just lived it all the time. With family, neighbors, strangers. My dad was just always with them. And I've just been very lucky. And hopefully, I hope some of that, however small the degree, has rubbed off. I know I have a long way to go. I am a very, very I hope some of this stuff with my dad. I mean, that's cool. Alright, so thank you for indulging my little side. Thank you, Lord Dornall. Appreciate your kindness. Richard Hughes writes, the next video in my area is showing Scalper nice. Hey guys, really? Now should do some work backwards and what's outside of China? Which should I see? We're thinking of the same as I am. Let me just double check here.
This world has enough corruption without you.
It was only a joke. What I'm willing to
Yes, okay,
defend.
if we're talking about the Nicolas Cage Snake Eyes, it's not the best movie. I'm certainly not saying it is. Get this Yes, Snake Eyes. Nicolas Cage. Snake Eyes, it's worth seeing if for no other reason that it has this, right at the beginning of the movie, this long, continuous one-shot scene that I remember was like one of the first times I'd ever seen anything like it. This is old. It was one of the first times I'd ever seen anything like it. And if for no other reason, I think that's what I would suggest not to be confused with because I would not recommend it. Alright. Let's see here. Next up, we got JT. Right. Only 35 more days until Marble Hall H. Time is fun. You know, it's funny you bring that up. Dan and I, we were on our way to dinner yesterday. And we started talking about, what world and I just know one of the soccer teams, one of the teams is on, and I can't remember who they're playing. Oh my God! That's not the worst. Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see what they drop.
Huh? There's nothing happening there.
Really interesting to see what they drop. I fully expect, if it's not out by then, they have to drop months ago. So they, might actually start getting our first glimpse of what's on the Hey John, have you checked out Riddle's Bay yet? Yes, last night. Ann and I had to nap for dinner. We were trying to decide what to do for us evening, and Ann said, Ann had just started watching Riddle's Bay, and so many of you guys have been watching. She was like, so why don't we just watch it? Just listen to pick up some snacks. Let's go binge watch Riddle's Bay. Done. Let's go. And so we got through 4 episodes last night. I finished the episode with, I think it was called The episode of the head. So I got to that episode. I'm really quite enjoying it. Like, I don't think it's shrinking. I don't think it's House of the Dragon, by the way. House of the Dragon. I don't think it's House of the Dragon, but I'm really enjoying it. So I really like it. It's funnier than I thought. It's actually really funny. So I'm looking forward to watching the rest of it. Alright, next up. Richard Muse right here. My SpaceX IPO stuff, because I think it's really worth it. Again, I'm not finished by what I say. One of the big things that is racial reviews. Its valuation is so far beyond what they're doing this that
Brother Neil. I thought I smelled cooking.
My friend, you're in for a treat. Yeah, give it a try.
So yeah, I decided not to. Now, I may pick up some SpaceX IPO, some SpaceX stock that's bundled with ETF.
Thank you for your generosity.
I always said that it is better cooked than ammonia. When this is over, I want to say, do this. What do you think?
Yeah, I think this. It's valued so high, and it doesn't make much money.
Your cooking is not the best. But the truth, neither was my kata when I first began training. You should look for a master to guide you. Your efforts are sure to bear fruit one day.
Thank you. Thank you. You are the person who encouraged me. As an Obama, I'd offer you more food, but maybe there's something else you prefer.
So I stayed away. But that's just, I'm not saying anything else should. I'm saying that's what.
If you have heard any valuable rumors,
Next up, Rich Olson.
I would like to know.
Will you ever see the revival of the HBO classic series Six Remember? No, I don't. That was a great show, but I don't sense any. I've never heard much conversation about it elsewhere. That was my say. No, I never say never. But I'm pretty sure. Jerry writes, hello, John, in your opinion, do you think Toy Story 5 can surpass Inside and is it looked into the box office? Yes, I think it can. Now, whether I think it can and whether I think it will are two different questions.
God, I can't see it.
So it's totally ended up making $1.8 billion. Listen, we're gonna get the open media box. Toy Story 5 is
You've done nothing, so you can do nothing.
I must intervene.
Richard News writes, you got to understand your names here prior to what we're talking about. Listen, by the time I got out of the life, I was ready to get out. Yeah! But my generation is...
This was one of the killers who Fino was seeking to stop. Their chain of command leads to the exterminator.
I ran that Lionsgate thing, Comic-Con HQ, and I did the HQ for a while, and I left to fight it for a bit, and then it stopped growing and started shrinking. But once I came back, it started skyrocketing again. We started averaging over 100,000 views per episode of Movie Talk. Starting to just really winning all these awards, and we really could have taken everything. And I won't really go into all of it again, but a certain person at AMC decided they wanted to sweep their dick around, and they went after my boss, and really unjustly fired my boss. To which then I said that I'm not here to. And by the end of the day, when I was getting ready to leave, I still had a good relationship with several of the executives at AMC, and they said, hey, if you're going to leave, we don't think this thing can continue. What do you think about taking it all with you and moving into it and be a sponsor of it if you take it to the complexes? And I said, sure. And so that transition happened. I was really happy with it. But I was supporting but that's the one I really wish smart people was at AMC. Because at AMC, I saw no stop to our growth happening. I think it literally would have been the movie show of the world. I really do. I literally think that's where we were headed. The growth was astronomical. Faster and faster. Yeah, a particular person at AMC just right. And kind of in a position where So, yeah. So, Collider, no, that's AMC, man, Dennis and I talked about that. Alright, next up. Iceberg Rights. If the Snyder House were to come back instantly, I wouldn't mind seeing it wacky command. Well, man, listen, every movie I see, I want to. Every movie that comes out, I want that. It's not fun, but I want to. It's the Snyder House that come back. I really like Zack Snyder. I think he's made some terrible movies. Yes, but I also think he's made some big movies. Right? And I want to see him succeed. I want to see him. But they did. No. They did. I cheer for them. Because I'm one here. Next up. All right. Jake Dawson has stormed the chef's kiss for Jody. You know, off the top of my head, she was considered. I never saw Jesus. Okay, I see. I don't enough of her work to get a legitimate opinion about how the machine is. I still got enough of her. Alright, and what kind of story? Silent Ghost. Using Violet, surpassing Bohemian Rhapsody, yes, just recently. It's on track to be the biggest Violet as well. When you talk about on the show, probably not. The reason I probably won't is because I talked about how big I thought Violet was. Yeah, probably not. I mean, if it cracks ability, maybe it'll be a part in other position. Again, like I've been educated about like 4 years. Anyway, and it's not a movie that I think is particularly great. So it's not like it's not and I liked it. I just want to be better. I want to sort of be better. But it is what it is. Alright, Jack's Bridge Rights. John, the trip to India would be about more than just it's about the entire industry and culture showing through. All your fans would be ecstatic to hear about your experience. Yeah, but the principle is still the same. I made a move myself 2 years ago. I was no longer going to sense in trusting relations. And there are 2 main reasons for it. One of the main reasons was that I did perhaps the age of life I started to realize AMC days, I would go and do everything. I would be on the interviews, I would do screenings, like I would do. And it was really fun. Then I started to realize this is the story as it works. As much I saw evidence one of those features. One of those features. The one that had 20 times more views was Bob Jet and Cheer. You wrong. I really been watching this. It's not. It's so fucking there's I just went and there was so there's no problem. It doesn't get me. No, yes. And at the end of the day, it doesn't get me any more views on any of my videos than if I don't do videos. So that was the first reason why I decided not to accept videos. Second, somebody's pointing out, I see your video interviewing Chris Evans joking with Joe. Dude, that was my favorite interview. Because the stuff you don't see was even funnier than the stuff that you really do. Because the video interview itself was like 30 minutes. But I was in there for like 15 minutes. And we were just, it was nuts. Like they had me laughing so one of the best moments in that interview, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but I remember saying, like I said to Chris Evans, or something, and then Chris Evans was like, do they? Listen, I'm not going to pretend like I didn't have some really fun ones. I did. That was one of the best ones I did. But anyway, so the first reason I stopped doing them was because they didn't do anything. They were just doing videos. The second was not as important, but it was still part of the reason. The second reason I stopped doing videos was because I just got sick and tired of people who have 19 or 13 if I say about anything, if there was anything I liked, like it doesn't matter how many things I didn't like, if there was ever any one thing I always get hit with, you're just shilling for the studio. You just want access. You're just saying you like that movie. You want access. You want access, and you do anything and say whatever just so you can have access. What do you think access is? What do you think access is? Do you think Margot Robbie's her tongue in my ear or something? Do you like what do you think access is? You get the interviews. The interviews don't do anything for me. Yeah, but you get to meet the stars. Okay, yes, and that part was cool, but it loses its coolness really quick. Like, I'm not going to pretend that I didn't initially love the fact that, oh my god, I'm sitting down here with Will Ferrell. Oh my god, I'm sitting down here with Colin Farrell. Oh my god, I'm sitting down here with Marvel Comics. Oh my god, I'm like, sure. But after you've done that for a little bit, you realize, I still love them, I still really respect their work, but was it worth 3 hours of my day to sit down and look at 5 minutes? No. You think I want to drive instead of going to see this movie tomorrow at a movie theater 5 minutes away from me? You think I want to drive down in 20 minutes to go to the only theater with the press screening just so I can watch it 72 hours earlier? No. Nobody cares. Nobody who's in this business actually cares about access. And so I just started getting really tired of every time I liked having something to you just like to keep your access. I said, fine. Look at me! I reject all access. Happy? stuff doesn't change anything. There's people who say, whenever I like, what can you do for the access? Like, dude, I have no access. I've literally turned off all my access. Only thing that I've done two things. There are two things that I've done. And first thing
And our strength is
there. Okay.
right now.
There. So, the first thing that I did, that kind of broke out I did an interview. So part of my no access thing is that I don't do interviews. Right? I don't do interviews.
Now
Strike it now!
Why would you only
Goodbye, warrior.
One of the actors directly reached out to me and asked if I could help him. And I love Scott Adkins. Love him. So I was more than happy to do that. So a lot of you guys remember that episode where we had Scott jump on and action. And so I did that. That was because he personally asked me to help him out with the other thing I did was I accepted an invitation to go to the premiere of the John Wick movie Batman, which I loved. And totally loved. One of you guys should see it.
Only to deceive and take for profit.
signifies the symbiote. No, it doesn't. And they're misleading the audience. Didn't need web shooters with it in the comics. No, I don't think that's a misdirect at all. Number one, Venom is not as popular as you think. Yes, the first Venom movie that they did with Tom Hardy was really fun. It's not so much down. It's not like bringing in, if they've had Venom in Spider-Man movies, Venom's something new.
I am here!
That's like, I can see it in this direction of other things. Like, oh my god, the original Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire, and Andrew Garfield. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff in this direction of mine. But Venom, I don't see it. So no, I think the Black Eyes, if I could be wrong, I haven't seen the movie. But my guess is that the Black Eyes truly are just a part of this. Alright, thanks for that, Summer Ghost. Next up, John Juan writes, sends a $20 super chat. Thank you, Don Juan. Appreciate that, man. Don Juan writes, hello, just a thought. You use according from Gordon Rings, he is part of but what he says the opposite. So, no, you can't. You can't use me. I mean, you can use Gandalf again because it's Ian McKellen. Gandalf already was made up to look really old. He's supposed to be ancient, and they go and make him up to look really old. They'll be able to make it look exactly the same. That's no problem. Without visual effects or anything like that, they're going to be able to make it look exactly the same. Can I get everybody goes? Just be ancient. Well, that adds so much complexity and so much expense. And look at certain movies that try to use a main character that it's one thing to age a character who's got like 5 minutes in the movie, but if you're trying to age a character who's like, it's just the better. Listen, I love Eagle Woods. Love Eagle Woods. And I love him as Strider. Amazingly so. But it's just and Eagle's age is just clearly to get the new back. It's what's best for it. It is. It just it's what's best for it. Thank you for the comment, man. Sasha Ghost writes, /plan to have kids. Don't know. Still don't know. I mean, Ian and I are both getting to the age where we're going to have to make that decision soon. And I go some back and forth. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Alright, next up. JT writes, realistically, what does one do to stay in great box office? I know probably what happens then, if so. It doesn't matter. But it's far more is one of the big blind spots I think fans is thinking
Hey, surprise!
I tried to take it 2 years. Like 6 out of 7 final DC movies never cleared 400 million. I think the only one that did was, I think, was Aquaman 2. None of the rest of them did. Several of them barely made 200 million. So I said for a long time, Superman doesn't need to be. It did end up being. But I said for well over a year now, Superman does not need to make money. What Superman needs to do is embrace it, which has 90+% wattage. And the critics need to embrace it. I said it needs to do that because the main job of the first Superman, you guys know this, we've been watching for 1 year. I said the main job of this Superman is not to make money. It's to build an image of DC and start putting the pieces back together. So not that this one movie, but the next 20 movies can be. The DC is about building images that the DC just can't destroy. So I said they're not thinking short-term small vision. They're thinking big term. Marvel doesn't need Doomsday to break box office records. I mean, they can make it profit. It will be profitable. But that's not what they mean. They understand that because the reputation of all this thing. And they've got sequels. So let's in one scenario, Doomsday makes $2 billion. But it gets $1 billion reception. Or it makes $1 billion, but the audience is the critics. Which one of those two scenarios do you think sets the future of the MCU up for better success? It's not the one with any responses. It'll be the one that had great responses to make you do. That's the scenario that sets the future of the MCU in a better position for success. That's the one that will definitely impact and affect Secret Wars more positively and the movies that come later positively. Now, obviously, in an ideal scenario, they get both. The movie makes $2 billion and everybody loves it. So, they just talk about $800 million. Alright? That's the result of the past 5 years of Beyond. But I don't worry about it too much if the movies are sequel. Because they'll know they'll get the audience with it. So that's kind of my thought. Alright, next up, Mark Branson. Hey John, so thankful for you and your show. Thank you so much, man. Do you plan on seeing the Odyssey in 70mm IMAX? I do. I have my tickets. We'll be driving to Dallas to see. Yep, I got my tickets. It's a funny story, but there was a movie executive, there's a studio executive, and he ran into hanging out at some hey, I got tickets. When the tickets went to see me, I got tickets. But I only know there's something going on. I can't go. So Anna and I got 70mm IMAX tickets for the Odyssey. I'm very excited to see it. I've never felt the need to see it until this is a shock. Which all over the everything is. So I'm really excited to see it. And I hope you have a good time with it. Alright, next up. Kevin Burgers. What's more likely? Brand New Day makes less money than No Way Home? Or Toy Story 5 makes less than Toy Story 5? I think it's more likely that Brand New Day makes less money. $2 billion. Now, again, I think Toy Story making less than Toy Story 4 is probably not going to happen. I think definitely more likely that big. I mean, Spider-Man No Way Home made $2 billion. And it had the benefit of the return of the original Spider-Man with Andrew Garfield. So I'm going to say that it's quite likely that Spider-Man. With the catch. There's a difference between a villain and an antagonist. For example, guilty. But there's going to be a catch to that, where there's something else that leads you. So that's kind of how I think it's going to be. Alright, movie buff rights. I can see Spider-Man beat Avengers. My grandma, who doesn't care for superheroes, actually asked me to see Spider-Man over the weekend. Yeah, but here's the thing. My grandma, my aunt, it is not going to be enough to overcome all those other things that we talked about, right? Yeah, is it possible? I ain't gonna say it's impossible. My guess is not only will Doomsday beat Spider-Man for everything. Yeah, I think it's gonna beat it by several.
I am fine. This is fine.
I can't see what we'll see. Never know. Alright, thanks, Movie Buff. Movie Buff also right. Plus, who is the standout Avenger audiences? Who is the standout Avenger audiences likes? Like I'm saying,
I saw that.
As of right now. Love Iron Man's. Say which Alright, something goes next. Does Ant-Man Zendaya or Haley Steinfeld Haley Steinfeld? If one of them asked her to marry them, would she think it? Let's put it this way. Left her NFL MVP job. I would at least say this. Haley Steinfeld is the one person who handled at least gets thought. I think ultimately, I need to believe that ultimately she stays with me. But, I mean, she loves Haley Steinfeld. If Haley Steinfeld said, hey, Ann, run away with me, she would at least think about it for a minute. Before deciding to stay with me, I think she would at least think about it for a second. Alright, Scott Edwards writes, I read Captain Marvel only has a cameo in Doomsday. Oh, you read that from the book. But I think there's going to be a lot of characters who have short roles. There's only so much screen time. And there's a lot of characters. And so I think there's going to be a lot of important characters that probably either have thing to do, and that's why people think they'll make I remember everybody loves Titan. I remember everybody loved Titan when it first came out. But once it started breaking all the records, and everybody just kept talking about Titan, all of a sudden it became in the fashion thing. Hey, listen, straight up.
Come on, Jay.
I haven't used the top 10 greatest show of time, but it's great. It is evident that would also change to things like the Avengers. But remember, there's also some justification for that because Marvel has been deeper than it was in phases 1 2. So we'll see how that unfolds. Alright, Brian Garcia sends in a $20 super chat. Thank you, Brian, for supporting us to that level, man. Brian writes, Hey John, I drive for Lyft, cool, and was lucky enough to pick up Deborah Ann Wall. Oh, that's so cool! She's a big D&D player, obviously from Daredevil as well. This week, got to chat with her about Daredevil Born Again. She felt the script needed more detail on how Kingpin got his end thoughts. I don't know, man. I gotta say, I was pretty satisfied with it. I myself was pretty satisfied. I really liked the season. I thought they stuck the finale very well. Yeah, I was good with it. By the way, follow some of her stuff online playing Dungeons & Dragons. She's a big Dungeons & Dragons. There's actually this great interview that her and John Bernthal, where like her and John Bernthal are doing this interview together. Like I think Bernthal had her on his podcast, and he was interviewing her. And you can find it on YouTube. Look up John Bernthal podcast, Dungeons & Dragons, Deborah Ann Wall. Like, just look that up and find it. And she goes deep into why she plays Dungeons & Dragons, why she loves Dungeons & Dragons, and Dungeons & Dragons. It's really cool. You should go check it out. It's really cool. Anyway, Brian, thank you again for supporting us at that level. It was very generous of you, man. I appreciate that. Alright. Next up. X-Men Superfan writes, if you had to bet what will appear first, what order Batman in the DC would it be, or get it first? I'm gonna guess that just because they've been working on it. I am not but if I guess one, yielding the rings, each season highlighting a different period of time during his rule, albeit that's the point. Right there. You already know his backstory, right? He got it. I will take you. But series of certain properties. During the morning, look, would I be down for it? Of course, she got it 5 days. But do I think if I was a studio executive, would I green like that? Just being honest, as a fan, I'd love to see it. But if I was actually a studio executive, I'd green like that. I probably wouldn't. I don't think this is. Right, X-Men Superfan writes, between Catherine Hepburn, Betty Davis, and Joan Crawford, Richard Prager, and Catherine Hepburn, she just had, look, all around, like Betty Davis, Joan Crawford, others of the era, one of the big things about them was they, in a way that modern performers don't do, they absolutely captivate the camera in their moment. But I think Catherine Hepburn, she had the most personality, right? And I also think she was the best actress ever. So I'm going to go with Catherine Hepburn. All right, next up, Scott Edwards writes, does U.S. agent have a big role in Doomsday? I've said a long time ago, I'm not going to answer questions about Doomsday. I'm not going to answer questions. All right, sorry about that. Side Ghost writes, Brand New Day will have a higher 2026 box office than Doomsday due to release dates. Doomsday will catch up in 2027. That's not how it works, Side Ghost. That's not how it works. The box office counts for the year that the movie opens. If Doomsday opened on December 31st, 2026, and made $5 that day, and went on to make $3 billion in the next few weeks in 2027, that does not count as 2027. That counts as 2027. A movie's box office is 100% tallied and counted in the year that the movie releases. So yes, absolutely. Calendar movies. Spider-Man Brand New Day will probably make more money than Avengers Doomsday because Doomsday will only have its few weeks before it flows over to 2027. Yes, that doesn't matter. That's not how it's counted. It is and always has calculated the date of its release. Avengers Doomsday is a 2026 movie. Doesn't matter if it opens on January 1st of 2026. Doesn't matter if it opens on December 31st of 2026. It counts as a 2026 movie. So, when Avengers Doomsday opens, let's say it makes $2.8 billion. When you then go back and look up highest grossing films of 2026, it will be Avengers Doomsday, $2.8 billion. So anyway, that's how it is calculated. It is not calculated at all based on whether it overflows into the following year. Just you. All right, good question though, Simon Ghost. Next up, X-Men Superfan writes, what is your project from Pitt? What is your project from Howard Ashman and Alan Menken is your favorite songwriters? I couldn't tell you them off the top of my head, just being honest. Little Shop of Horrors, Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, probably Beauty and the Beast. Aladdin with some posthumous songs from Howard. I'm gonna say Beauty and the Beast. Like, my favorite albums would be, Aladdin Server. I mean, that's probably my favorite. That's so alright. Let's see. FNF Clips right. If that leak is real, I'm worried the movie might suck because I hate when Marvel does that pointless standing around while the enemy powers up in it. Again, same thing. I'm going to tell you the same thing that I told somebody earlier in the show. You have no context. You have no context. You have, and by the way, look, I'm going to bust your balls a bit as a film-loving brother to brother. Okay, I'm going to bust your balls as a film-loving brother. Do you know how stupid it is to say a movie's going to be great or suck based on a 30-second clip? Come on, dude. You know that's dumb. You know that's dumb. So aside from the fact that you and I have no idea context surrounding what needs that to happen, even regardless of that, do you know how stupid it sounds to say, oh, this movie might suck? This 30-second thing that has nothing to do with the story, the characters, the pacing, everything of the movie. Nope, I can tell this movie's gonna suck because I didn't like this 12 seconds. Come on. Come on. Film loving brother to film loving brother. You know that's stupid, right? Come on, you know that. So, come on, let's move better. Alright, let's keep going here. Next up. Let's see. Alfredo Parvitz. Enjoy when you talk about your solar setup. Looking at getting a Techron FLP 3800 unit myself. Which unit did you pick up and why? Well, I mean, I've got several. I got a bunch of things. I got a bunch of EvoFlow Delta Pros. I've got 2 EvoFlow Delta Pros with 2 EvoFlow Delta Pro extension batteries. Altogether, that's about 14 kilowatts I've got there. I've also got a Petron 2000 with 2 extension batteries that actually altogether use about 7 kilowatts altogether. And then I've got a Eco Pro Max that's 1 kilowatt. So altogether I've got about 20 to 22 kilowatts power, and they power everything in my studio. This computer that is streaming right now is running off my solar batteries. And so I use these to power the studio, and then I use all the excess power at the end of the day to charge my Tesla. So my Tesla is completely off grid. The entire studio is going to be candles, monitors, computers,